Hello, everybody, and welcome to Vex Warfield. I am Vex, your host, and YouTube sucks. Here we go, part 2, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. I forgot to put my headphones back on. All right, headphones are back on. Now let's see if. All right, looks like YouTube is playing me. All right. Hey, Scrimshaw, welcome back. Part 2. All right. Go ahead and post this. All right. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Hey, Veritas, Rebel Jack. We're going to try this again. And this time, we're just going to bypass, since they don't like me playing that. Anything about history is, bad for them. And anything that points a finger at essentially all the corruption in our history, they can't have that. It's the same trouble I had with YouTube whenever I read Not Yours to Give about Davy Crockett. Because that points out that, it's not money to give away to charities, and that will dive into all the stuff that they're not supposed to be doing with our money. And that includes the Federal Reserve, because, quite frankly, they should never have been. We were all just going over that. I wonder if they're actually going to keep me from posting that first half. Yeah. Anyway. Here's the link. Get Dices up here on the panel. Got room for 5. It is. Let's bitch and complain for a little bit. Censorship. Yeah. We got a lot of work to do, ladies and gentlemen. Because, I don't know about y'all, but I'm getting tired of this. Welcome, Scrimshaw.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. Yeah. You don't like real shit. Hey, Alex. Welcome back. Hey, Dad's Night. Welcome back.
Hi, peoples.
I just posted the link. Get on up here, guys.
Come on and yak. Alex said he'd like you to share a link in the chat, I guess.
Yeah. No problem.
If you want to put it out back, I can share it for you if you don't want to do it yourself.
No worries. I can do it. I can do it.
Yes, congratulations to Missouri. Congratulations to Missouri.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations to Missouri. You are it.
We're in process.
Yay.
It's
Thanks
getting
for saying
done,
that.
ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks for saying that, Veritas. Hello.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back. Good to see you all.
Missouri.
I'm so happy I'm not on my website because I wanted to tear it up. Go, Missouri. Yeah, Missouri.
All right, there's that link for that video for you guys to check it out. Let me know if it miraculously doesn't come up and you can't see it.
Oh, it's here.
Okay.
I'm going to save it to my watch later. Ah,
Thanks, Rebel. No problem, Alex. Yeah, Alex, check this Discord servers every now and again. You'll come across quite a few interesting documentary type things. Highly recommend the story Not Yours to Give by Davy Crockett. That's awesome. Great story. Fortunately, I couldn't read it very well.
actually, common sense, common law. I am happy to be stopped working on my website for a while. Cause I'm trying to like organize all the jewelry again, and I have like lots of stuff that I haven't put on yet, and I just want to make sure what I got on there is in a place I can find it. Cause the last show I did, I never put everything back right, and then my sister passed away, and life went on, and I just didn't make the time to do it. So instead of having it in a dither, I'm trying to straighten it out, and I need to be posting stuff instead of straightening stuff out. But I just do what I can stand to do. Anyway,
All right.
not
For those of you interested, I went ahead and pinned the StreamYard link to the chat, top of the chat, and like I said before, get thine butts up here.
come
Let's do
on up
this.
and watch. Come on up and talk. Parlez-vous, s'il vous plaît. Where's Brother Ricky? Everybody left us.
Welcome back, Victoria. They're trickling back in.
Hi, Victoria.
We have another
the-
victim.
She's the lady that plays the Christmas music, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been listening to your Christmas music here on there. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm digging it. Welcome, Anarchy Television.
Well, good evening, good evening, good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah.
Oh,
I tried my first stream, but YouTube didn't like it, so it shut me down. Now I'm doing a panel. And I'm going to bitch and complain.
There you go.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Veritas.
Alex Breepling Jones, he's in the chat. I didn't even notice that. Oh, good to see. That's pretty cool. I know Alex.
Hey, Alex.
Yeah,
Should I
he
get down
interviewed
so
me
some of
once.
these other people could come up?
No,
Come
no,
on up.
we got room for 3 more. There we go. Welcome, Hayden, Missouri 1.
Hey, Hayden.
Howdy, howdy. Let's get rowdy.
Congratulations, Hayden. Yay.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations, Missouri.
Congratulations to Missouri.
The
Don't mind me, I'm
conservative
being
patriot.
weird.
Good to see you, brother.
Hey, Alex.
You can.
Hi,
You
conservative
can.
patriot.
You are singing that to happy birthday. And if you want to sing me happy birthday, I will take that.
Okay.
Because
Is it your birthday?
that makes more sense. It was on Monday.
Okay. Happy
that
birthday to you. Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday
to you. Happy birthday to Hayden. Happy birthday to you. To you. To you. To you. To you.
Where's the cake? I don't see any cake.
Ah, like a focaccia bread make. Will that do?
I don't know. I'm not sure what you said there. It sounded like a curse word and
Focaccia
some kind of
bread.
bread. Yeah,
It's
that's-
Italian bread. Focaccia.
Yeah,
Thanks, I don't think you,
I see you
you
out there,
allow that
Alex.
kind of language.
It would be
Rex, you
kind of
allow
cool
that
if you
kind of
did come up.
Yeah, well,
What's
yeah.
coming up?
I mean,
Fill the board.
So-
I'm new
just-
here. If you need me to drop down, I can.
I'd like to welcome Carolyn and, Conspiracy Queen and Victoria.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Ooh, the
you doing?
conspiracy queen. I have a question for the conspiracy queen. Is there a
Sure.
conspiracy king?
There is a conspiracy king.
And is that a conspiracy?
Actually, no.
Okay.
He just
to ask.
happens to be back in the back room right now, enjoying some very well deserved R&R.
I see. Conveniently too far away, but close
Ditto.
enough to be realistic.
Yes.
It's a conspiracy already. I like it.
Nice effect.
I'm just playing. I have no clue who you are, and I'm being kind of rude, so I apologize.
It's all good.
Yeah,
I'm
play
used
nice,
to it.
And I have to
People
claim
see
you-
the name and immediately have to give me shit for it.
Oh, I'm not giving you shit. I'm not throwing any shade. I just like to play with words.
Well, I posed a chat earlier before YouTube so rudely shut Vex down. Did
Yeah, that was
anybody
cool.
know the name of the person that is the only person in this country that's actually had enough money to bail out the U.S. Treasury twice?
Uh,
Anyone?
That would be J.P. Morgan. The day J.P. Morgan died, the Federal Stock Exchange actually shut down until noon. That is a conspiracy
Big deal.
fact.
Or that might just be an ugly truth.
what's going on? I can't understand anybody. Everybody's talking at the same time, man.
Scrimshaw,
Oh,
you were
really?
on some good drugs.
Huh?
It sounds like you got feedback on your background there, darling. I don't know if you've got a speaker on.
Yeah, I hear an echo myself.
Do I get
Somewhere.
an echo now?
Check if it's me.
No.
No, I forgot to shut the front off. You know how you shut the front sound off? Sorry about that.
The YouTube sound?
Yeah, and then somehow I was like halfway behind and the red line was halfway in the middle instead of all
God's
the way
night,
to
good
the
to
end.
hear you.
So, sorry if I totally fouled up everybody. Anyway.
All good.
Scrimshaw comes out. I'm confused.
I'm just glad I stopped working. I really needed to. My eyes are killing me. Oh.
Sounds like you need a little bit of kickback time.
I need a vacation, like, I don't know, to an island
Amen.
someplace where I can just go swimming and it's, not 50 degrees out. It's like 75 or something. That
But I
would make
don't
me
think
happy.
Hawaii would be it right now. I think Hawaii's actually under a blizzard watch.
Florida's
What's
full.
that? A snowstorm in Hawaii? I never heard of that before.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Crazy.
I think it
freaking-
happened in the 1800s once.
Wow.
It's not unheard of for the mountaintops in the big island of Hawaii to actually get a little bit of snow, but they're under a blizzard warning.
Yeah, I lived there on the Big Island for 3 years. There's usually snow in the winter
Wow.
on the tops of the mountains,
I'm actually scared of Hawaii. Not gonna lie. I took
They
a
don't like
vacation.
white people a lot, I'll let
Well,
you know.
I went there, and hopefully nobody take this the wrong way, because there's no reason to. I went there, and the amount of Asian people that were there, I thought I was in China. It was very shocking. I don't know why. I just didn't expect that. But everybody warned me not to take any lava rocks off the island, and I did that.
Bad juju.
And experienced like 9 hours of the worst turbulence I've ever experienced in my life. On the way back, lost $200 out of my wallet at the airport.
Oh,
Like the worst spree of bad luck. I don't like. Hawaii is beautiful, but I'll never go back. It hates me.
I've
Well-
never been. I've heard that they don't like white people there, but that's all right. I don't care.
They
I'm
really
just-
don't. I lived there for 3 years, and you don't know how many Hawaiians and Samoans, and people from the Philippines that that lived there for year after year, that would constantly tell me how they do not like mainlanders and white people.
Well, if you look back in history at
Yep.
the pre-colonization pictures of the indigenous there, they're very dark-skinned people. They're very Asiatic dark-skinned people at that.
Yeah.
And,
Samoans.
you know, things changed significantly. They changed even more after World War II,
Yep.
you know.
Well, they say we stole their country, but in fact, we actually saved them from being taken over by China. Or, yeah, China when Pearl Harbor happened. But they don't see it that way.
I
Well,
was going to say hi to that person who just came in, but I don't know how to pronounce that.
what person that just came in?
Anha Hakoba?
Anna.
Anna? Interesting name. Right on.
I couldn't pronounce that either. It looks Russian.
Eh,
Or something.
I'm gonna
It
say-
is, and if I'm not mistaken, I saw the same person earlier in RBR today.
I'm gonna say
Okay.
Anna Hokobo. And
Yeah.
that's not right. I don't care.
That's-
Anha Hokoba.
I think the
Hello,
N, the
Anha
H is silent.
Hokoba.
The H
I
is
see that.
silent. What?
I think the H is like one of the. It's a silent. You don't say the H. when you
Anya.
say- Yeah.
Yeah, I've never
yeah.
heard of a silent H. Get it? See what I did there?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but that music video I had on last night, it was over 18 hours, but I've seen videos a lot longer than that on here. And
18
I know for a fact that everything I searched out very well was non-copyright music. But they
Yeah.
they all day today so far it's said the video was unavailable. And I know that it's not private or anything else like that because I went in and checked. So I don't know what's going on with YouTube and holding my video.
YouTube's feelings
Well.
got hurt. That's what happened. Being a snowflake.
Duet.
Said YouTube is being a snowflake.
Hello, reset my brain.
Well,
Reprogram
that's a-
my brain.
That's about typical, I think, but and they show their own face by doing all this censorship and stuff. So, you know,
It's
I agree with that
ridiculous.
statement.
Oy, oy, oy. Anyway, well, we could sing Christmas carols, like, you know. What the hell?
I'm alright.
You know?
Oh God, can I stab myself in the eye with pencils first?
Well, you guys
Oh,
gotta
no.
wait and
Why-
come do
why
that on my
pencils?
Wednesday.
I like
Why not?
Christmas carols.
I don't know, man. I worked retail for about 7 years. That was enough.
Why not? Something less harmful.
What the
Like,
hell
let's,
was that?
That was
stab
Tarzan.
ourselves-
That would be Tarzan.
I
Stab
do.
ourselves in
Oh,
the eyes
Tarzan.
with gummy worms.
We
I
can
do
do Tarzan
karaoke,
yells.
talent show, and just chat on
Yeah.
Wednesdays. And this month is the whole month's theme is going to be centered around Christmas. So, if anybody likes to sing Christmas carols, this month would be the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll do that. I'll stop in
gonna-
and sing with my terrible voice. I would love
Are
that.
we gonna celebrate
Hey,
celebrate King
I don't
Nimrod's mother's birthday?
discriminate. I'm sorry.
Yeah, why not? We'll celebrate everybody's birthday. We just celebrated yours. I just sang you happy birthday.
Yeah, but I not King Nimrod. He's called Nimrod.
Oh, it's your birthday?
It
It
was
was.
my birthday. The
Happy
day
birthday.
anniversary of the day I was birthed.
Ah,
Oh,
I
man.
don't have birthdays anymore. I just have anniversaries. My 20th birthday. I just haven't got any older since then.
Sounds fun.
I
A
like
celebration of life.
birthdays because then I get a fresh reminder of how old I am. Because in the middle
Oh,
of the year, somebody will ask me, and I can't remember.
I do that.
Veritas's birthday's in a couple of days. Happy
Yeah.
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Veritas. Happy birthday to you, Veritas. Happy birthday to you. Sorry, I had to do that. I just had to do that.
Somebody,
But Bernie,
Well, that
somebody
means
check-
there's some Sagittariuses out there, man. That's a good thing.
Mhm.
yeah,
are
right,
you
right
talking
here.
about Bernie?
I'm a
I have like a
Sagittarius
ton
also.
of Capricorns in my
Yeah,
All right,
47.
guys. All right, guys.
47.
One at a time. If
Sorry.
you talk on each other, then we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I got carried away. I was having way too much fun.
I
yeah,
yield.
I understand.
Oh man.
We just had to
Is-
try and take turns. 6 people talking at once will kind of jumble up everything, and nobody will be able to hear us.
I
I'm
promise
curious.
I won't sing any Christmas carols here. Conspiracy Queen.
I'm curious. Is there a delay anybody's getting right now on here right now when it comes down to everybody talking? Is there a delay anybody's experiencing?
There's definitely a delay between the panel and the chat. And
No, I mean
always
here in the
with-
chat.
It's very possible. Everybody's connection is different, so there's
Okay. Or I mean in the panel. I mean all of us in the panel or whatever. The only reason is because I was just on one that was in the guy. Most of the people I was talking to in the UK, we had like almost a second and a half delay. I wasn't sure if I was experiencing the same thing over here also.
I don't know.
like I said, then you could pretty much expect it. I know my connection isn't exactly in sync with everybody else's, so I'm trying to wait for pauses and stuff like that.
I
Oh,
need
it's
to
weird.
hear a fresh conspiracy. That's what I need.
A fresh conspiracy.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
think
need something
No
I haven't
such
heard
thing.
before.
Okay. Well,
Oh, there
anyway,
is.
the definition of conspiracy is just two
I
or more
want-
people conspiring. Okay. So come on now. Hell, anybody can make up one or have one. I mean, you know, but there's a
We
lot
need
of
a
it
fresh
that's
theory.
all done in the behind. Oh, threat theories. Oh,
I'll tell you one if you care to hear it. And it's about the shots. I don't think the shots is the mark, but I'm a very biblical person, so what I believe is it's a preparation for the mark. They're finding out just how many people will fall into line by enforcing the shot. If people will fall into line, how easily will it be to get people to fall into line when it comes to actually getting chipped? And I do believe the chip is the mark. So
Mm.
that's just my conspiracy theory belief.
This,
Because of how hard
I'll say this, and this is not a conspiracy, and it's not a theory. If somebody comes at me with a shot, I will come right back at them with a bigger shot.
Yeah, well, I don't got it, and I don't plan on getting it. I'm not a sheeple. I don't fall in line like that, and
Well,
I'm not condemning.
I'm
Okay,
referring to a pump action. A pump action. shot.
I'm not saying that people who decide to do it are wrong. They don't. I just don't believe that their eyes are opened. I don't believe they don't all think like I do, and you know, if they weren't pushing the shot so strongly, if they weren't offering all these awards,
bribery.
you know, yeah, bribery to do it, and it's just being pushed so strongly.
Victoria.
that- yes, sir.
All right. Check this. There's a couple of things that pop into my mind. Was like when it comes down to it, is the pushing it is part of the narrative in the first place. You know, because it's kind of like a catalyst to tighten the grip worldwide altogether. But the thing is, there's a lot of very, very questionable ingredients in this new experimental stuff that they are trying to put in people's arms now. All right, and a lot of it has to do with like biological material that came from people.
Yeah.
And then there's also the RMNA technology when it comes down to like actually altering DNA, and then also the nanotechnology that's also in play.
Right. And
So
I agree with that
there,
because
there, there, there was also something else I was trying to get to too. When you were talking about the mark, like even in the Bible, it says when it comes down to the mark, you have to. It will be to the point where you have to have it, or you won't be able to buy or sell. See, they're
yes,
trying to do that now, where they're trying to make it to where you can't even like actually like either get like in some. It depends on some countries. There actually some. It's different levels of it right at the moment, but it eventually probably try to make it all around everywhere. But like where you can't get like medical services unless you show proof that you've got it. You can't get on an airplane unless you show proof you got it. You can't go into a grocery store and buy food unless you say proof. We can't let your kids go to school unless they can show proof that, you get what I'm saying? It's like you can't do
yeah,
anything unless you show proof that you got this mark.
right. And the people are losing their jobs over it.
Yeah.
And there's just so much surrounding it that if you are biblical at all, if you read the Bible and know anything about it, that's why I say my eyes are open, because I do know what's in the Bible, and God says there'll be signs. If your eyes are open, you'll see the signs, like the changing of the seasons. And this thing, and it doesn't cure anybody. It really doesn't. My mother-in-law and father-in-law both have gotten the shots from the very beginning, every single set. Why do you need so many shots for one disease? And that's just part of it. I got a niece whose husband is in the Marines on a ship, and the whole entire ship had to be quarantined. Now, I can't say what ship it was, and you're not going to hear about it on the news, of course. But the whole ship was quarantined. My
Right.
niece's husband called her and got a hold of her and told her everybody was throwing up blood and
That's awful.
sicker than dogs, and the whole ship was quarantined out at sea. So, and like I said, my mother-in-law and father-in-law have gotten the shots every single time they needed to get them, and they have gotten deathly sick with the disease from the shots, and yet they're not cured. They
Well,
still
If I
it's the same
may,
thing with the flu shot. So you think about it, if you actually look at how those things are actually made, one of the ingredients is the actual virus itself, because they want to inject it into you to try and get you antibodies to fight it and blah blah blah. So they're actually introducing the virus into you. That's one of the ingredients.
yeah.
Is
And
anybody else borging really bad, or is it just me?
Borging? What's that?
Yes,
So
glitching.
So far all the audio has been square, at least in my ears.
Holy shit. Okay, I'll come back. Sorry.
My bad.
Right on.
but they've gotten
Hayden, you
deathly
on the
sick.
floor?
So I don't believe in the
yeah, well,
shot. I won't get the
kind of
shot.
forgot. I kind of forgot exactly what I was going to say, but somebody brought up the point of a vaccine having the actual virus in the vaccine, and
Yes.
believe it or not, that's how they work. That's how they've always worked.
Yeah.
Well, the difference in it, there's one big difference. Back when vaccines were actually vaccines, they were putting the virus itself in the vaccine. But the key to it was dead.
Yeah.
It was meant to basically, get
Well,
your
it
body
can't
used to it so it can build up an immunity and stuff like that.
Yeah,
The
it
stuff that
can't.
they're putting out today that are vaccines actually have live versions.
Well, see, that's
which
the thing. And on a natural
guarantee-
basis, yeah, vaccines can't. I mean, on the. Oh, I'm trying to say. No, stop it. Anyway, the virus is not able to survive outside of the body, no matter if it's in like a syringe or whatever. That's why it's dead. Back in the day, it's dead. But now they've got that RMNA technology along with it, with nanobots that actually replicate and spread across the body over lifetime. And then there's a lot of the stuff. Experimental is the words they use, because that's because we're all being the experiment if you get it. All right. This is this is a whole new level of what we grew up with. Put it that way. I'm
Well, you also,
47, so
There's one
wait,
real major outlier or thing that really separates this from every other sickness or disease or whatever, and it's they're forcing people into submission, and they're coming up almost daily with a new way to get people to just submit. And I still find it absolutely hilarious. This started with 2 weeks to flatten the curve.
right,
Guess what, bitch? It's been 2 years.
right.
So I'm calling it quits. First of all, we have rules around here. The government is to work a certain way. It's supposed to work for the people and execute the will of the people and protect the people. So, with that being said, I don't submit to my government.
Yep.
The government
It,
submits to the people, and anything else is ass backwards or back asswards, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
It's jacked up. But they are throwing it in everybody's face, whether they're trying to get you to wear a muzzle, whether they're trying to shove something in your body, whether they're trying to condition you to accept a certain set of facts about society and how we all need to accept the new normal, where you can't see
well,
anybody's face, or the
I'll tell you
government
this.
gives you orders. No, sir.
I'll
Not
tell you
today.
this.
The
It's
day the
it's just
government comes and gives me an order is the day we got some real problems. I mean, real problems.
I'll tell you this. When it comes down to it, I talk to people all over the world. It's almost like we the people need to enact and actually go full
Act
on
as we
through
the
with it.
people.
Is yeah, we the people of the world in a sense, but we have to enact our own form of Nuremberg trials and actually hold these people accountable and actually force them and charge them and even in our own courts if we have to make them up our own, have our own set of trial with and all that stuff. I mean, it might have to come down to that because otherwise, how do we enforce the rule of law? That's the supreme law of the land that they're ignoring, and they're I mean, flat out.
Well, here's one thing in what you just said there is they are ignoring it. Well, who is allowing them to get away with ignoring it? Ding, ding, ding. It's we the people because we are not acting in harmony. We are not acting unanimously. We are not organizing ourselves to be in a position to give directives to our government. So until we turn our brains on and act like intelligent human created beings, we're going to be treated like sheep and cat and dog and cattle and
Well,
whatever
yeah,
they feel like calling you that day.
But they're coming at the people with all these different things like taking the guns if it's
Yeah.
a semi-automatic. My
But they're not.
sister's
Here's the deal: is they're not going to stop until the people read the documents that they allegedly hold so close to their hearts and figure out that we the people means that we have to act as one. in unison.
inalienable. That's a very important word, and there's a definition of that word. Now, I'm telling you, man, that's the
unalienable.
Yeah, that's the fact.
inalienable, or whatever, however you pronounce it. But anyway, that's the thing is like that. It's a very important word, and when they try to use force and violence to actually take that away, all right, through the form of punishments or even death, because if you don't follow and comply, I mean that's flat out tyranny. All right, and that's exactly what the Declaration of Independence was put down on paper for that reason, for things like that.
Well,
all right.
hold on. You're onto something here. You're onto something here. If it worked for the founders, why wouldn't it work again today?
Exactly, write our own, in a sense, of Declaration of Independence, and actually have some way of actually follow through with it, with actually the same type of Oh man, I don't know how to explain it, but you know, because the thing is,
The people
there
come
has to
together and
to
well,
be
I'll
something
help you
that
out
will
here.
actually force
I'll
them
help you out
into
here.
compliance.
Yeah, I'll help you out here. Are you familiar with the Bill of Rights?
Yeah,
What do you know the First Amendment?
yeah.
I mean, if you'd like to recite it, it probably helps everybody out. But
Oh, I don't know it word for word,
the
but I
answer
mean, you
is
know,
the answer is the Bill of Rights, my friend. The First Amendment allows you freedom to worship how you see fit, the freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and the freedom or the right to assemble to or to peaceably assemble for the redress of grievances.
right.
All right. So we dissect that a little bit. That allows us, the people, to come together, discuss our issues, our problems, where we're finding grievances with our government, discuss it, and how we want to address it. And as long as it
Ugh.
stays peaceful, there we go. We got a path to start down.
As long,
Now,
okay, put it this way.
Second Amendment is to protect the First Amendment. And then we keep going down.
Yeah, a lot of those that are
The
practically
Article
flat out
7
gone now.
allows, yeah, Article 4 allows or ensures that the people will have the right to a Republican form of government. That means we, the people, in assembly, no dictators, no tyrannical powers that be, we have that absolute right to a
The th-
Republican form of government.
the,
So people have to understand what that means also.
yeah,
Then
because they hear
you
that
got to
well, this
look
is a
further
democracy
down.
over and over again.
Yeah, democracy, I hate the word. We have a Republican form of self-governance. That's what we have. Don't forget it. Now, if we look at further down in the Bill of Rights, there's this grand old concept called the grand jury. Well, who consists of the grand jury? That would be the people. The people sit on that grand jury and they deliberate and interpret the law.
And
Now,
it
if
has
the
nothing
people
to do
can
with the
assemble,
federal government.
absolutely, Vex. The people assemble themselves, come together with grievances or common causes, things they want to see revolved or
That's why we cannot allow DC to become a state.
resolved. Well, they
One
can do
reason.
whatever the heck they want. The people can sit there and overturn it all day long if they're just turn their brain on for 10 minutes.
No, do you
That
understand
grand
the
jury,
implications in the whole system if that became a state?
it's not going to become a state
I'm just
It
saying.
can't.
if we
Well,
unless we just sit there in silence and say nothing.
yeah, I agree,
Right.
but still, but even then, it's like, you know, you
Silence
think
is
about it,
acquiescence.
these people are not really on our best interest, man. This is a corporation. The federal
Absolutely
government
not.
is a corporation that is posing as our government. This corporation, its only concern is continuity of government. It will use any means
Well, I
necessary
don't
to
know if it's
keep
continuity
continuity.
of government. It's probably the lack of continuity of government.
No,
But
that's its only
where
concern
you're
is to keep continuity of government.
no, their main concern is to keep their money machine rolling. And if that means that they invent a fake virus to sell fake vaccines, to sell masks that you don't need, to get people's immune systems down so they're sick and in the hospital, which is one of the most profitable industries out there, is the healthcare industry. They make you sick, sell you drugs, heal you, and then find another way to get you sick or make you think you're sick and need drugs again. It's a vicious cycle. We're falling into the trap of being a cash cow. And until we come together and understand what's going on and organize ourselves, a body where we can act as our own government and do things like call a grand jury to hear our grievances and investigate, and then potentially bring about indictments, and indictments can bring about court cases, and that grand jury can deliberate whether the law was broken or not. And I don't care who you are, nobody is above the law, especially in a grand jury trial.
Which law are you talking about? Now think about it.
Any law, I don't care what law it is. I don't care
Really?
who wrote it. Grand
the-
jury, the grand
There is a
jury
distinction.
can interpret. I'm sorry.
The founding,
What do you
real
mean?
quick, the founding fathers structured this. This is how it's supposed to be done. What we're seeing right now, what we're in the middle of right now, is something that has been constructed after the founding fathers set this up.
Yep.
So essentially, what he's saying is the original Constitution and all the original constitutions in our states have supersede anything that this government puts out. Now, the Bill of Rights and all that we were talking about a little while ago, they were written as instructions to the federal government to follow, not for them to enact on us. So there's
they were
the
also
distinction right
written-
there.
Well, sorry to interrupt.
Go
They
for
were
it.
also written as a blatant factual set of statements and undeniable truths. One might even say they're self-evident anywhere you go,
Mhm.
that all men are created equal and share these unalienable rights. And unless we, the people, allow our rights to be alienated, that is the only way they can get control.
Well, that's what they use is the force, coercion, and compelling. All right, those are the three main things that their tactics of using, and the thing is like when they have the monopoly on the force part of it, the violence part of it, and a lot of people have that
But do
fear
they?
aspect. Well,
Do
they
they
do
have
in
to
a
do
sense
that?
because hell, I see
But
cops
how?
all the time.
But how?
Actually, what do you mean? Because there's these pieces of paper that somebody wrote some fancy words on it and sprinkled pixie dust on it, man. It's all fucking magic, dude. That's why people believe this fucking shit because it's all this like this,
They rewrite everything to
You know?
fit their narrative.
Sure
well,
they
yeah, I
do.
mean,
And
Guess
that's
what?
the point.
They say it. They say whatever they write down, and they say it with their chest puffed out and with a set of balls between their legs, and they put some force behind their words. We, the people, have got to do the same thing because guess what? 100 to 1, there's more of us than there is of them. And
Yeah,
if we believe to our core and understand that we have rights that are God-given and cannot be taken away, and we act on that knowledge, guess who's in control?
We the people.
We are.
the thing
All
is,
it takes is confidence, understanding, and you set that Bill of Rights out and read it like a roadmap, and it'll tell you how to fix all the problems that we have right now.
That's if you can find the original Bill of Rights. Believe
You
me,
don't
well,
I
yeah,
think
need the
the Federalist Papers
You
is
really
probably where
don't.
you should start. Yeah.
they have already changed
Uh,
things in that and removed and just
Oh,
like
absolutely. The original 13th Amendment is almost nowhere to be found.
exactly. I did have it in my files for the longest time, but for some reason I was just looking for it, and it's
But
no longer in my information file. So
But even
Uh,
with that 13th Amendment being not easily accessible to the everyday person, the basic core and essence
What's up,
of
Sunfish?
what was written there still exists.
I just wanted to say real quick, thank you, Vex, for having a platform like this. That because not everybody is brave enough to do it, and really don't want to deal with the controversy that comes behind it. Even myself, I don't talk politics or religion on my channel just because I want everybody to enjoy themselves there. And I
Yeah.
try to avoid the
Mhm.
controversy behind it all.
Well,
But
here,
saying
may I?
that, I want to say thank you, Vex, for having a platform like this where people can come and say their conspiracy theories and all of that. I am
Drop the
55
theory
years
part.
old. I am 55 years old. I cannot tell you the last time I've ever had a shot for anything. I don't do shots. For one, I don't like needles. And for two, um, if God wants me healed, he's going to heal me. And if he don't, he don't. That's just where I stand with that. I have a weak immune
Well,
system and I have a lot of health issues that I would not risk my life for these shots that the government gives
well,
out anymore. They give infants this, you can call it a conspiracy. They have been giving infants. Have you noticed how many families nowadays have a Down syndrome child? Uh, from the
right.
time I grew up, you did not see a Down syndrome person very
Yep,
often. It
exactly.
was very far and few in between. But they have started, and you have to allow them to give your children these shots. There have been people that have been arrested and put
You
in
don't have to do
prison.
nothing, ma'am.
There has been parents lost their children
Ma'am,
and put in
you
prison
find
because they took their
find the
children
document.
and ran.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like they got this
Well, hold
insane
on, hold
system
on, hold
set
on,
up
hold
to
on,
where,
hold on,
like, when
hold on.
you
May I?
get your child, if you want to have your child birthed in a hospital, they're forced to do certain things. All right, yeah, or they can't leave the hospital with their child. I mean, you know what I mean? There's situations like that. You know what I mean? So you're almost
Can I
forced to
break
not even
something
have a
down
big.
real quick?
Excuse me?
Yeah, if I may, I just want to break something down, and it's gonna seem very simple or stupid at first, but it's the word child. What is your offspring? It is your creation. You created that. It is your property. Not be afraid or scared to call it such, because you are the sole creator, other than God, if that's what you choose to believe. You're the sole creator of that life. It came from you. It is a part of you. It is your property until they can survive on their own. I agree with the legal guideline that 18 is kind of an adult.
Yes,
But
I do
here's
too.
the deal. Up until then, screw the word child. That is your property. You are in charge of that. And if that property that you created does something out of line, like something that just recently happened in the news, goes and takes a deadly weapon to school and murders people, guess what? Those parents are on the hook. I'm not sure if you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I know what you're
Yep.
talking about. I
Okay.
heard about it
And
earlier.
those parents are on the hook because that young man took his parents' Second Amendment right and did something morally just disturbing with it.
Yes.
And guess who's on the line? The
Missouri,
the
Missouri.
the parents of that kid are on the line because that child, using the term loosely, is their property. They are to make sure that their property does not damage other property. It's a very,
Missouri,
very simple concept.
Can
Missouri.
Very
I
simple. I yield. Go
Missouri.
ahead.
All right. Well, anyway, what I was going to say is like, if you want to get on a technical aspect, on the legal aspect, when your parents actually, when your
Well, that's
mother
all law
does
is,
the
brother. Law
well,
is
when your
facts.
mother
That's all it
signs
is.
over that or applies for that birth certificate, they are claiming in when they do that birth certificate, your parent is actually claiming that you're abandoned property, and the government takes that abandoned property under its wing. All right. So technically, in a law, in how that they've got this like this contract law scenario going on from the birth certificate, your child technically isn't your property because you've given it up as
Bullshit.
abandoned property.
Bull.
If you've
There's
given it up as a
there's a
social security
concept.
card, if
Can
you
I
got a
tell
birth
you?
certificate and a
Hey, all
social
right, all
security
right,
card,
all
you
right, all
have.
right. Hold on, hold on,
Okay.
or I'll mute everybody.
May I?
All right, this is going to be one at a time so we can hear everybody and what they have to say. Please, thank you.
It's a passionate subject. May I?
Of course.
Okay.
Actually, Anarchy, you were in the middle of a thought, and I interrupted you. Go ahead and
No,
finish.
no, no, no. I was all I was just my point was after once that application for that contract has been actually completed, when it comes down to the birth certificate and the social security card, therefore under legal law on what or not law, but under what legal statutes and all that stuff that's set up, that basically that child, quote unquote, is now abandoned property according to the government. They are now the custodians of that, and they've created a corporation that's under that straw man name, which is that all capital letter name that's on every legal document that's from the government. That if you look at actual language, there is no such thing as an all capital letter name. All right, that's a fiction.
There is
all
in
right?
a couple cases.
Oh,
It's
hold
a
on, Hayden.
fiction. It's a fiction. All right, because like for instance, like you, the flesh and blood man, you write your name maybe with a capital letter to start with, and the rest of it lowercase. You don't use all capital letters. All right, that's because it's not real, even in phonetics or whatever you want to call it. I can't remember the word I'm looking for, but anyway, but that corporation that they created, now that is what the government only has control over, that legal fiction under the straw man. But they want you, the flesh and blood, to think that you and the straw man are the same thing, and they have legal jurisdiction and authority over you. All right, but in reality, in contract law, you had no knowledge or of any of this stuff. All right, but in contract law, if both parties that are in the contract do not have like full knowledge of it, or all parties of the contract do not have full knowledge of it, it is null and void. So technically, you know what I'm saying? But it's not recognized because they've enforced this thing that keep on
Hey,
going.
brother, if I may,
Go ahead.
just 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead.
The term you were referring to is fully informed consent.
Right.
You're spot on. Otherwise, I just want to just.
Now, if I may, because I was trying to speak earlier and it was lagging and doing all kinds of crazy stuff, to kind of go back onto the point before I dropped off.
Yeah, go ahead.
OSHA actually is finally standing up with we the people at this point. And they have said that they're not going to stand by the proposed mandate of 100 or more, because 2 out of every 3 people that are currently employed right now would be affected by that. And that's for the 100 or more employees, stipulating for the first time, I think, in actually a current court of law, that the proposal is null and void and should be considered for appropriate scenarios for people, meaning a 23-year-old truck driver that is sitting in a cab for 12 to 14 hours every day alone is not going to be as at risk or put at risk by said scenario and be pushed to have to get medicine. whereas a 63-year-old janitor in a prison would be more likely to be at risk. So they're also stipulating that, in that proposed event, that someone that has natural immunity has less chance of being a risk as somebody else that has yet to be infected. So that's actually a big win. That's something that people were, Vex, I don't know if I know, Rose, you've definitely heard this conversation at least once or twice before. Red's definitely heard this before.
We
People have
shouldn't
been
even have
sending
to fight this
info
crap.
to OSHA to try to push for them to hear everybody's voice, and it's the very premise of the fact that we need to speak and have our voices heard
We shouldn't even have to
what
have
is
this.
causing this great tide of change. It is going to be a slow tide, but it is still going to be a tide nonetheless, and I yield.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Victoria, did you want to comment on that one too?
Well, I was just going to say I know of a story where a family was sued by their 15-year-old to have a sex change.
Huh.
The family lost the suit and had to pay against their wishes for their 15-year-old to have a sex change. So I don't know how, people would think that they have control of their own children and what happens because of situations like that. It's once in a great while you hear these stories, and it's like, how did they lose that suit? They were the parents of a 15-year-old who wanted a sex change. They said absolutely not. The child sued them and won the suit.
Well, I mean, this is I would have to say it's the propaganda that has been teaching these parents, I use that term loosely, how to raise their kids instead of learning it from their parents or their parents before them. It's a product of the culture itself. I mean, we're going to hear about this stuff nonstop. It's
But
going to
they're
happen.
being taught in school that
Yes.
they're not supposed to identify with male or female.
Right.
And it's even worse. I'm sorry, but it's even worse if you're white anymore, because they are condemning white people and have been for years for everything. And my thoughts on that is these things that happened to other cultures, other nationalities, did not happen by this generation. The generations that did these things are long gone, and
Mhm.
people most generally have, treat everybody as a human, not as a color or a nationality. So to
If
turn
I
it,
may,
yes, ma'am.
real quick. I do agree with 99% of exactly what you said. The 1% I only have to give a little bit of pushback is there are still people alive from when Ruby Bridges attended school first. Some of those same people are still alive today. They are now grandparents and may have passed some of those same behaviors on to their children and offspring who may or may not have adopted them. So we're really not, by very specific design, in keeping these photos and these historical evidences in black and white. It's made to make us think that it was a long, long time ago, when in all reality, it's only about a generation and a half ago. It's not that far back.
Right.
Yeah.
And to a certain degree, like I said, I do agree with a lot of what you say. But a lot of those same people, again, are still serving public office. Some of those people grew up in those homes that may have been, propagating some of that stuff, and they pushed it forward into law. There has to be a time when change occurs, as well as there has to be a time that we acknowledge that there are specific steps that are being taken that are going excessively far.
Yeah.
And correction for equality and equity, and I do agree with that.
I've never seen color because it's going to sound funny, but I have practically every nationality you can think of in my family. And
Yeah.
so I grew up not seeing color. I've always seen human beings for human beings, and I only judge by your actions, not by what your skin looks like.
I grew up in St. Louis, and we had a mixture of all kinds. We did. We really did. Now, in my growing up, I tended to hang around with whoever, basically didn't mind hanging around with me. And they were Black, Latino, just all kinds. And it was never a factor. It was never a factor because, quite frankly, I trusted them more than I trusted my family. I mean, it had nothing to do with race, skin color, anything like that. Because we're all the same. We're just from different areas of the world that affect us differently.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah.
all there is to it. And Missouri 1, you wanted the floor earlier. Sorry,
Yeah. And I love. We can sit here and chat around the watering hole all night, but what we need to look at here is we are all in agreement. And the constant question that keeps getting danced around but never actually touched is what can or what could be done. Or maybe the question's just not getting asked. Maybe we're only complaining. How
that is a big problem.
How do we because we're not helpless.
Well, I think
deep
Vex
down,
had a very good point.
if I may,
It stems back with language.
I didn't yield yet. One of the things that
Apologies.
one of the things we had hit on and in depth there for a moment was the fact that we are all equal. I don't care if you have office of whatever in front of your name. I don't care if you're black, yellow, purple, green, off-white, whatever the hell you want to call yourself. You're the same flesh and blood, and you have the same capabilities to a certain extent. We're not going to get in the stupid technicals.
Yeah.
To a certain extent, we are all created exactly equal. I don't care what PhD, I don't care what office of, I don't care if you're attorney of whatever, the best shoe shiner in the world, whatever it is you do, I don't care. Because I can do anything if I put my mind to it the exact same way you can. Unless you're just some sort of savant. I mean, everybody's got something. But getting back to the main point here, nobody's higher up or better than anyone. And the only people who are complaining right now are the people who are not taking correct and appropriate action to not be abused and have their rights usurped. The only people who are complaining are the ones who are rolling over. And we have been conditioned as a society for a long time to just, instead of fight or flight, we just roll over and play dead. We do nothing. We sit and talk about issues. We don't talk about how to solve issues. You know, we were saying those generations, those great generations weren't that long ago, But what made them different than this generation? Ideals. They
Mhm.
had ideals, they believed in them, and they held them close to their heart, and they let no one interfere with what they believed to be true. Call them stubborn, call them ignorant, call them bigots, whatever. They believed what they believed, and that made them a stronger generation because of it. And now we have people who don't even know what bathroom to use. And we sit here and we roll up our sleeves and get shots for something and then complain about it. Well, guess what? You just sat in the chair and let them do that to you. So
Okay,
don't
if I
complain.
may, if I may, and I'm
here's-
only doing this real quick
wrap
because
this
if I
up.
don't, I'll lose the point.
All right, go ahead.
Real quick, if I may. The law still does not see men and women equal.
Mm-hmm.
Case
Sure.
in point, the difference between Kyle going free and Crystal Kaiser being in jail right now for actual self-defense. Now we can hem and haw, but the statistics per the DOJ and prison system stipulate that women that defend themselves against abusers and rapists tend to do far more prison sentence time than the male that basically commits the crime. So at this point, are we all really equal? Because in the eyes of the law, women do not account for the same amount statistic wise as males.
I would
Yeah.
have to correct you at least on one point. The
can't
de
correct
facto
her
law, the
beliefs.
corporate law, sees it that way.
Mhm. And if I may, I'd like to redirect the question to you. And do you believe that you are not equal?
I absolutely believe I am equal. I absolutely
then
believe that
there's
I
your answer.
understand the court of law, but
There's
Yet
your
again,
answer, ma'am. There's your answer.
that
Men,
young lady
you are equal
is
because
17
you are
and is
equal
technically a
because
minor,
you know you are equal.
but she is
If
a
you-
minor and she sits in jail.
Okay, so that's a problem. What can we do to stop these kinds of things from happening? Because guess what? There's nothing new under the sun. This has happened before, just in a different time period with different technology, and it looked different. But it's the same thing. In its history, it happens over and over and over. And it's probably one of the most overused quotes ever, but history repeats itself.
And the
So,
definition
if
of insanity
history-
is
Hold on,
doing the
sir.
same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Well, yes,
Expecting a
it
different
is.
result.
But here's the deal. We can't do nothing and expect a different result either. Okay? So why are people who are so upset not flipping that switch in their brain and saying, okay, where is the solution? Where has this happened before in history? Has there been something like this before? Let's read about it. How is it solved? Perfect example. 1776, unanimous Declaration of Independence. King overtaxing, taxation without representation, enforcing unjust laws, no due process, anything you can name. People were being used and abused. What did the people do? They got together and they came up with a solution. And they came up with that solution by reflecting on history. Where do you think the Bill of Rights came from? Somebody didn't just have a dream and say, Eureka, I dreamt up I saw it. No, they looked back in books. They saw what Martin Luther did. He put notice on the church doors of the Roman Catholic Church and gave them notice. He told them, no more. That's where the First Amendment come from. And you can keep going through history. The idea of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution came from Magna Carta. And the grand jury process came from there as well. 1215 AD. The Pope declared dominion over all lands and all souls. 25 barons of the realm came together and said, not a chance. We don't agree at all. Guess what? The king, or that Pope went running. Pope Innocent. Not so much. He's not very innocent. But here's,
And interestingly
in a
enough,
nutshell.
though,
in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is the answer and solution to our problems is right in front of our noses. Now we have to decide, are we going to take the time to figure out how it was done in the past and how to redo what was done in the past to regain freedom? Because what we have right now is not freedom, folks. We celebrate the 4th of July, have hamburgers and hot dogs, watermelon eating contests, you name it. We got all of it. But you still go back to work and you still pay undue or unjust taxes. You are a slave to the system. You are their cash cow. We are not a free people unless you stand up and declare it so. And the way the founders did it, that generation, the framers of the Constitution, they got together with their communities. And they came up with some basic fundamental things that they all agreed on that needed to be addressed. And they learned and read and figured out how the law works and where does the ultimate authority lie. And that is in our unalienable rights given to us by God. And guess what? If you believe in that, nothing on this planet can take that away from you. I yield.
Can I say something
Go ahead.
about what you were just saying? Is I don't remember the name of the farmer, but I believe it was in Texas. And the man was trying to defend his land against a pipeline, I believe, or such. I can't remember exactly how the story went. But all in all, what I do know is he tried to fight for his rights, as you were saying. That man and his
Did
family.
he try to fight by himself?
No, he had other people and his family behind him. But
Did they
yet,
have a standing in law?
I
Did
can't
they have a lawful
remember.
standing?
Well,
'Cause that's
it
going to
was
make
his
all the
land.
difference in the
I mean,
world. That'll make all the difference in the world.
rightfully, he shouldn't have been going through the difficulties that he was going through. But the government
No, he
kept
shouldn't
throwing
have.
different things
But
at him.
the question still remains, did he have standing in law to do whatever he was doing?
he absolutely did. The point is he was the first assassination in the history of this country on the basis of rights.
That sounds
Explain
like
what you mean by standing in law.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
okay, so
I'm not knowledgeable like that. I just know that the guy was trying to defend his farm and his land from government entities, and he lost. But yet he and his
okay,
family and his friends
let's go
tried
there.
to fight him.
Kind of reminds
You
me
said-
of the story of Lavoy Finnegan.
It might
Um,
be. I think the guy was in Texas or somewhere like that.
if
No,
I
it
may.
was Texas, and you're absolutely right. He was murdered for it.
Yep.
So that makes other people scared to stand up because who's going to be behind you? This man had people behind him and he still ended up dead. Now, that don't give you incentive to try to fight alone. And there's many stories like that where people end up in prison or dead because they tried to stand up and fight for what was right and they lost.
And to
Well-
add on to that, you bring a very valid point, because the same system that is created by these founding fathers and the same system that is in place today harbors and assists the same systemic issues time and again, as it
Are they the same
protects the
system?
same people, as
Are
it
they the same
protects the
system?
same people that consistently are set free for various crimes against women and children.
May I?
I yield. Go ahead.
Yeah, you said something there, and I'm gonna drive this home. You said the same system that was created by the founders is the system that exists today. Do you honestly believe that?
To a certain degree, yes, because like I said,
no,
men
no,
are
no, no,
afforded
no,
certain
not what I asked.
privileges
That's not what I asked, ma'am.
within the law.
That's not what I asked, ma'am. I may be coming off with a tone. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just asking a very simple yes or no question. Do you actually believe the system the founders created is the same system in place today?
To a degree, yes. It protects men and throws us to the wolves.
It's not what I'm asking. Do you? The
But you
system that
asked for my
exists-
answer. My answer is
No.
yes.
You said to a
I think
degree.
it's a crooked
But
government. with
I hear you say
crooked
I hear
police.
you say yes now. Okay, so we have an answer. You think you do believe it's the same system?
Hmm,
Because
that's what she
what
said.
they created was a nation and a system of government where the people govern themselves. When was the last time you participated in your local government?
Actually fighting to get the
Not fighting.
school system to be able to approve
That's not
unlimited
participating. That is
virtual
not participating.
spaces.
That's not participating. That's fighting. Verbally, with signs, I don't care. You're not participating in
Yeah,
your local government.
there's a
The
distinction.
thing is, it's self-governance is what they gave us. It's up to us to self-govern. If we do not self-govern, somebody else is going to do it for us. And guess what? They're probably a lawyer and they probably want to fill their pockets. And they're probably banking on the fact that nobody knows what to do, or they're too lazy or stuck in front of the television eating ho-hos and Twinkies, getting fat and watching Discovery Channel. Because they just want to forget about the problems. They don't want to go use their mind and participate in the governance that is supposed to benefit us all. That is what the founders gave us. And there's a famous quote. After the founders came out of Constitution Hall, a lady asked Benjamin Franklin, "Sir, what kind of government did you give us?" "A republic," he replied. And he said, "If you can't keep it," or I'm sorry, "we gave you a republican form of self-governance if you can keep it." Now, another gentleman, a General Lee, a different General Lee, he didn't live to the Civil War, different person, came up behind Franklin and said, "If you can't keep it, you'll get a democracy." When was the last time you said the Pledge of Allegiance and said a pledge to the democracy of the United States? I never have, and I never will. When
The
was the
Pledge
last
of
time you
Allegiance.
heard somebody say we have a Republican form of self-governance on the television? They don't say it anymore because they don't want you to know. They want you to be
You're-
stupid and eat ho-hos and watch people get shot waving signs in front of buildings because they're frustrated and don't know how to fix anything.
I got a question.
I yield.
I wonder how many people could actually quote the Pledge of Allegiance nowadays.
I can.
Pretty much everybody born
Yeah.
before 1980.
I don't pledge allegiance to any flag.
I do believe the United States of America still is the best country. I would not choose to live in any other country, but I do believe that America is changing from the America I grew up with, and it's not an America that I'm brave enough to believe in. And I might sound really stupid, okay? I'm Victoria May, Life Unfiltered. I don't hide anything, and I'm not very educated. So I am not one that's going to be up there trying to argue and fight government. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but
Ma'am,
I'm just not
may
got
I?
that kind of knowledge. And I have mental issues. I don't remember anything. So you're saying educate and learn. Well, I read and I try to remember, but
May
I
I?
have yes.
There's a book that was written by one of the founders, or one of the generation. His name's Thomas Paine. The name of the book is called Common Sense, because self-governance and the principles that were used in the founding of this country, in this nation, are common sense. The things that we see going on around us, it's common sense. They're not right. Something needs to be done about it. Common sense. What do we
I
do?
agree.
Common sense. If we don't like the government that's in place, we'll govern ourselves. Common sense.
But you
How do we
need
self-govern it? How do we self-govern? We read the history books and we see how it was done successfully before.
but you
And when
think
these systems are infiltrated with pedophiles and people that are protecting pedophiles and rapists and murderers, what then?
What
Because
used to
we can
happen to them?
self-govern it all day long
What used
till
to
the
happen
cows
to
come
them?
home, but that does not get them out of office, nor does that remove the next one that comes in or the next one that comes in.
Actually,
Well,
that's
here's the
exactly what
deal.
happens. Hold on a second, Hayden. That's exactly what happens when we self-govern. They are out of office. They either follow our directives or they're gone. That's the deal. Act of 1870, it's been abolished. Now, this means that once we stand up and self-govern, they written their code. They can't deny it. They know it's true. That's why they don't want us to succeed in doing the assembly. This is what they're doing. All this is because they don't want us to self-govern. Everything that you're complaining about, everything bad that's happened to each and every one of you is because they don't want us to self-govern. They don't want us to spread this information to people who need it, especially the people right here that are listening right now and will listen tomorrow. This is exactly what we need. This is what's going
so
to
let's
actually
just
make
say
them stop all this criminology. These people are running just crazy all over us. And a lot of us have been propagandized so harshly that we've allowed it to happen. I say we because I'm included in this. We're all included in this because they've been doing it to people all over the world. Not just we just happen to be the last bastion of freedom, a little bit of hope left. Because if we pull this out and self-govern, the world is going to gang up on us and kick the shit out of us, literally and figuratively.
I just
So-
heard a gunshot.
May I?
What's that? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and Vex, what you just said there, I'm gonna go back to the topic of standing in law. Well, what qualifies as standing in law? We have to look at absolutes. And if we want to get very basic, we know we have rights given to us by God. No one can take that. That is an absolute. Unless we just absolutely forget that and throw God out the window. Then we lose everything. And I'm not preaching. I'm just saying this is how it was done. It's factual. And that is where your standing in law is going to come from. Because the powers that be are scared of the wrath of God, believe it or not.
And it's coming, believe me.
And here's
ma'am.
the next part. Your freedom to stand up and speak, that's a God-given right. So what do? You voice your concerns to people around you, just like we've convened here on this panel to discuss things. We're expressing our First Amendment right. Screw YouTube. They can do whatever they want. But we're
They're
still
going to
talking.
probably take this down, just
Well,
like they took
they can do it,
earlier
but
show down.
they can do that.
Yeah.
Whatever, who cares? We're still having the conversation. We're still talking. We're still expressing our rights. We're exercising our rights. We're using them right now to discuss what a solution might be. Okay, so the next thing you'd say is, well, if we could get more people up here on this panel, we could probably get 100 people up here all pissed off about the same thing. And you get 100 minds in one room, and everybody can be organized and efficient and not speak over each other. I guarantee you a solution will come out of that room. And one of the tools the framers of the Constitution gave us, because they knew just how powerful it was, is the ability to convene a grand jury. Guess who the author and source of the law in our form of government is? The grand jury. The grand jury interprets the law, and they decide whether or not something is lawful or unlawful. Judges, non-existent. They act as a moderator and make sure nobody breaks out into screaming contests. The jury deliberates. They take the facts, the absolute facts, undeniable facts, examine those, and they determine the common sense of it and say this is lawful or unlawful based on God-given rights. It's that simple. And a lot of people have this just blows people's minds because they can't understand just how simple it is, because our day-to-day lives are so complex. And this is so very, very common sense and basic.
So
Literally, you come and if I could just wrap this up, your standing in law comes from your God-given right to peacefully assemble, discuss, and try to seek remedy to our grievances. And our standing in law is that we have the ability to do that because God gave us that unalienable right. That is the standing in law. It's that simple. It's that simple. And the founders knew that, and they stood up to the biggest military power in the world with ball muskets and pitchforks. And guess who won? I yield.
Well, that's debatable, but
um,
yeah, I get your meaning.
Oh, we're
can
not
I
getting
say
into the
can I
semantics.
say something and then I'm gonna step down? Dex, thank you for letting me come up. And I hope you can get to the title of your show, which was reading a copy of rights and disclaimers. And sir next to me that is talking about all of this, I just have one
Yeah,
question
Missouri
as I
one.
go. What are you going to do about changing the world? And that's
Oh.
all I got. And I'm going to step down and be in the chat for a little while.
Mhm.
And then I'm going to bed. God bless and good night, everybody. And thank you, Vex, for letting me come up.
My pleasure. And you're welcome back anytime.
Night,
God
dear.
bless, darling.
And
Good night.
thanks for that question. I'm very excited to answer that one.
I knew it would be.
Maybe give her a second to get situated in the chat so she can
Right
hear
on.
the response.
And then I have a question after that. Actually, a two-part question.
All right. Well, the question was, what am I going to do to change the world and correct things? And here's the first part of the answer, or the first part answer, or however you want to word it. I'm not going to change the world. I'm going to focus on home. And that starts at my state or my county or even my township. And I'm going to work on that. Because you can't go helping other people pulling there's a verse in the Bible. Pull the needle or the stick out of your own eye before you try to help your fellow man. Don't be blind trying to help the blind. So that's step one. We can't address the world until we address home. Now, to get a little narrower down on that subject of what is to be done or what can be done, like I said, I got together with some certain folks, and if those folks want to speak up and say they're part of it, they can. Got together with some certain folks enough to create a grand jury, possibly in accordance with the Magna Carta, going back in history again, 1215 AD. And we discussed grievances. We said this makes sense, this doesn't make sense, this is lawful, this doesn't seem lawful, or this does seem lawful. Discussion, debate, deliberation. Create what's called an assembly. What the founding fathers did. Those colonies started out as just that. They were colonies, nothing more. They got together in those colonies and assembled peaceably to discuss their grievances in taverns, in barns, in churches. They came up with ideas on how to remedy this. Somebody's good at writing, they would draft a letter. Somebody's good at problem solving, they would bring up solutions. Somebody's good at reading, they would read from the history books. They come together, put their minds together in assembly, which is God-given right, and they came up with solutions. Then they looked back in history. All right, how can we enforce or execute this law? They found more evidence on the grand jury. Well, how can we do this lawfully? We're just farmers and shit shovelers. We're nobodies. But guess what? We're equal to anybody else and have the same God-given rights. So there is something we can do. Believe in those rights and believe in what we can accomplish together. Find more evidence on grand juries. Come up with a system on how the people in harmony as one deliberate and bring justice to their community. That is what you can do with a simple assembly. And when I was in elementary school, we would go to this the school pep rally or assembly, whatever they called it. And that's half the work right there, is getting everybody in one room for one reason, whether it's to have a pep rally or whether it's to discuss school topics that need to be addressed. It's a common goal. Everybody needs to be on the basic same page that they want to fix things. It's that simple. History, this has been done throughout history so many times. It's undeniable. It is undeniable that it's happened maybe every 300 years, something of this nature, just a wave of it. Humanity gets all smart again and they start looking at the past for solutions. And they find them and repeat it and correct the situation. Now it's up to the people to remain vigilant so they can maintain that self-governing and they can keep the law and order in their communities. And then they can go back to farming and shoveling shit and making money, doing whatever. And if something comes up, something rises up in the community, an issue, what do? They convene the assembly and they start addressing the new problem. It's that simple. You got to work with your fellow man or woman, whatever. We just have to work together. We can't just sit and roll over and bitch and moan about the ongoings around us. You have to address the world that's happening around you. If a speeding car is coming at you and you find yourself in the middle of the road, guess what? You have to either take action and get the heck out of the way or get run over. Very simple concept. Same thing that's going on today. Are we going to take action, get out of the way, or are we going to get hit by this steamrolling car? Pick one or get run over. That's simple. I yield.
Thank you. Carolyn, you wanted to ask something?
I did. So, on the premise of the grand jury, can we, the people, in the circumstance of a federal case, such as the Maxwell case, can we, the people, find her and all of the defendants that are named in that particular case guilty and then basically try and mete out the justice that is met for them? And if so,
Is there a
can
de jure
we-
grand jury present in that state?
honestly, that's not my state. I'm not aware if there is or not.
Well, if there is, whoever's on trial can request a grand jury to see their case. And if they do, they will 99% get the result of what the common law is in states. And that is because that grand jury understands the power of we the people and understands what the law is and what the law is not. Now, we can't just get a bunch of people together and go into a court and tell them what to do because, like we acknowledged earlier, it's a corporate cash making money machine. It's a corporation just like Walmart. You're not going to walk into Walmart and tell them how to run their store. And you're not going to run into that courtroom and tell them how to run their court. But if that living, breathing man or woman request a grand or a de jure grand jury, they're going to get it. There's a book, if you want to look into this and not just take my word for it, which I would suggest you do because I've been harping on it all night. There's a book that explains a little bit more on this. And if a grand jury de jure is present, the de facto must sit or cease to exist, disassemble. The name of the book you can find this in is called Corpus Juris Secundum, volume 38A. I yield.
Okay.
I'm trying to pull up a link so I can put it in chat for everyone.
Appreciate that, Bex. Reason why I ask, she's not going to ask for that. Given the laundry list of crimes that she is being held accountable for, not to say the least, is sex trafficking of minors, procuring of minors, traveling across state lines, as well as perjury. What I'm stating is I do not feel she is going to get, nor any of the victims or survivors are going to get justice. And all of these people are going to be allowed to go free. And all of the cases are going to be sealed. And justice will once again fall blind and victim to the corporation. So my question is, how can she be fairly tried outside of the de facto?
May I?
Yes.
Okay. So in her situation, I would say she is SOL. That's just the situation. Now, I can tell and I can hear it in your voice that you're passionate about this, and you would, in your conscience, is pointing you in a direction where you feel inclined to seek some sort of remedy so that due process is done proper and the law is executed to the T. I can hear it. You're passionate about it and you want to see things done and done right. So I would encourage you to start the process of reestablishing the original jurisdiction of wherever you live. And you can do that by starting an assembly. You start that process and you start that journey towards the real law and having the real law enforced where you live. And that is how you help that woman in the future. You may not actually be helping her right now, and it may take you 30 years to figure it out, but it's not complicated and you'll get it eventually, I promise. But to get like-minded folks together, you can go to the national-assembly.net, and it's a website, and they teach all about assembly. Everything you possibly could want to know about assembly is on there. I would encourage you to go on there and look, do some reading, and put that passion that's in your voice and in your heart into action. And that action is by peacefully getting together with folks and coming up with solutions. And like I said earlier, that is how you help that lady. And the lady who might be sitting in that seat in the future, who is innocent. You know, we have to prepare for ourselves the future that we want. We can't just have this instant gratification because we're not prepared for it. If we prepare ourselves and do it lawfully, have a standing in law, which is absolutely paramount. You have to have a standing in law, or else everything you're doing is a waste of time. But we make things better by being the change we want to see in the world. It's just that simple. And if we look back in history, it starts with getting together with your community and formulating an assembly. It's that simple. Got to start somewhere. Whoever this lady is, I'm not sure, but she is in the hands of the de facto court system, and sadly, they'll probably just do whatever they please with her, however they see fit. Hey, you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna be petty for about 2 seconds and say I do agree with Red. I hope every one of those documents is unsealed, because this particular case reaches not only into homes across this country, but it reaches into Saudi soil. It reaches into businesses and entertainment. It reaches into political offices as well as monarchies. And I want to see it all unsealed. I want to see all of these
do I.
people held accountable. I want to see all of these people where they rightfully belong, which is in prison, miserable. And I want everybody to be able to know the truth about this. Because,
More power to you.
as I said, the women that were teenagers that are the same age as me now, that were teenagers when all of this went on, have yet to see justice.
May I?
And in the court, as it stands, just on the premise of the royal law, even if he has been excommunicated, and I'm speaking of Prince Andrew, even if he's been excommunicated by his family, if he remains in residence, no one can be arrested in the Queen's presence. So it begs to question, if this has become an international issue, which it looks like it might actually be, which is why it's a federal case, and there is no media allowed in there. And to hear about this case, you have to actually call a number to get daily updates, if I'm not mistaken. I pray she gets the justice that she deserves. The one that she is covering for did not hang himself. And this would serve a very, very blatant point to all of the people that are operating in the legal loopholes of the current system, that are allowed to go free, that are allowed to do the nefarious deeds that they're allowed to do upon children in this community, all over this country, unbridled, unhindered, and labeled as a psychological defect instead of what it is. And I yield.
May I?
Now, can you imagine bringing that before a group of people that is structured to actually do something about it?
That would be beautiful.
I mean, that's exactly what we're trying to explain. Yeah, go ahead, Hayden.
I'm staring. I'm squinting. Conspiracy Queen. Okay. Do you think you could find 30 people who feel the exact same way you do about this, that live in your state?
It's possible. given the fact that trafficking is such a big problem here
Well,
from
unless there's like
Baltimore
1,000
through
people that live in
DC.
your state, I guarantee you there's 30 people in your state that agree with you. I promise. Because nobody likes
But at the
people who
same
mess with
time,
children.
there are an entire group of people, and I've encountered them time and again, that think that that's all just a conspiracy.
Well, we know better than that. But here's the thing. If you can find 30 people who agree with you that something needs to get
31.
done, well, she would be the 31st. So if she can find
Oh,
30 more
yeah,
people plus
sorry.
yourself, you can start to put that passion that you have into action. And I encourage you to do that, because here on the free and dry soil of Missouri, that's what we're doing. We're moving forward. We've got an assembly. I don't know what state you inhabit or where you stay, but you can do the same. We're equal. Nothing about me is any better than you. And I guarantee you, you can find 30 people probably in the Walmart parking lot who agree with everything you've said in the last 20 minutes and are very, very upset. And I'll just use upset as a placeholder for more the words I want to say about that type of behavior. But I guarantee you, you can find 30, and that's all it takes. That and a little bit of reading. And then you figure it out, and it's common sense from there on. If you want to see the world change, you got to be that change. Be the change you want to see. Plants don't just start growing. If you want to farm tomatoes, you can just sit there and hope for tomatoes to start growing out of the ground in a perfect garden. You have to make that garden. You reap what you sow. If you put a seed in the ground and water it, it will grow into a big plant that bears many fruit. But you have to start with a seed and water. And you,
And so
in this situation, are the seed. And once you get 30 people around you, you turn into a giant big tomato plant, and you got fruit all over you. A big, beautiful thing. I don't know if you like being compared to a tomato plant, but I did anyways. I yield.
analogies work. Helps illustrate.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. All this, this Friday night show is all geared towards letting people know this stuff. I found this stuff to be true, and I don't want to put forth anything that I don't believe is true. And while we all have individual things that get us impassioned, there is a lot of that, well, just like he was saying, you could go to Walmart parking lot and find a whole bunch of people that agree with everything you just said. And that goes for everyone else also. And it's just, people want to do the right thing. It's just that most people have been taught to do the wrong thing, or not to choose at all and just let somebody else make the choices for them. The point is that those of us who can make the choices and should make the choices do need to do that. And putting the stuff in order so that we can get back to living lives the way it should be. This is the way we do it. If we try any other avenue, it always gets smacked down. I mean, hell, what was it? The group that popped up a while back. I want to say the Patriot Party, but that's not right. The Tea Party. They got smacked down real good, didn't they? You know why? Because they worked within the de facto. And the de facto will not have anyone opposing it. Except for the de jure. And the de jure is actually we the people in assembly, in the grand jury, going over everything in a case-by-case basis. Because, quite frankly, you deserve it. Everyone gets heard. We don't restrict. That's not what we're about. Now, we would ask for decorum, but that's understandable. But everyone has a voice, and everybody's entitled to be heard. By God. Enough said, as far as that goes. They are not representing us. They have not represented us for a very long time. This is the way we represent ourselves. Now, the law was structured originally so it was easy for everyone to understand. Now, think about this at the education level at the time, back in the 1700s. Well, not everybody went to school. Some of those people were on a farm all their life, but they understood the law because it was easy to understand. We didn't need an interpreter called an attorney. Now you have to pay for an interpreter every time you go into a courtroom. This is not how it's supposed to be. Now, the realization of just that simple thing is something that should be common knowledge for everyone. But they have worked very, very hard to make sure it's not. Even to the point of getting rid of civics out of school. And they allow all these bad things to happen. As a matter of fact, they're behind all of them. Well, just for numbers' sake, I can't say all of them. 99% of everything is these people doing it. The child trafficking, the people trafficking, everybody. All of it's them. They control this. The drugs, all of it. It's them. They control it. They have done little thing by little thing to try to chip away at our freedoms and our rights, to legalese our way out of our rights. God, rights. They don't have that authority. But they sure have bullied us into thinking they do. And that takes me back into the propaganda. The propaganda itself has been conditioning us little by little every day of our lives. I don't care how old you are. Every day. Whether it was before cell phones or after cell phones. Doesn't matter. Because even before cell phones, our local news, our state news, federal news, whatever level, was still propagandized. Now, we had some dogged reporters out there that did their jobs and wanted to shout to the rooftops and all that stuff, and they got airtime because it was big news. Unless they were paid enough to, throw it in File 13, which in steps the corruption. But we can get past this. We can actually get past it is not the right words to say. We can sidestep it and just push it over when it passes, because it is made of nothing but ego and self-righteousness that is unfounded, built on a foundation of sand instead of rock.
May I?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I got an analogy for the situation we got and how we can fix it. Imagine our government in a toilet bowl. Right now we have a clogged, very messy and nasty toilet bowl. What do we need to do? We need to plunge it, flush it, and get some fresh water in there. We do that by getting together with your fellow neighbors, creating an assembly, and then unconditioning yourself to understand the common law in a nutshell is basic morals that pretty much everybody understands from birth. I mean, reciting the alphabet is probably more complicated than understanding the common law. The common law is the Ten Commandments. It's it's basic morals. You know right from wrong. If you know right from wrong, you know the common law. Now, to kind of show even more how simplified it used to be, when this nation was founded, this nation of states was founded, there were only 3 felonies: murder, piracy, and counterfeiting. That was it. 3 felonies. They created the IRS, and on average, every single one of us, according to the IRS and their giant mountain of tax codes and statutes, apparently commits probably 3 to 5 felonies a day, according to their book that they've created. And it started out with 3. I yield.
Thank you. Any other further discussion? Scrumshaw, you've been quiet. What you got over there?
Well, I know my take on common law is as long as you don't hurt nobody, there ain't a crime.
Hmm.
It's like if you're driving down the street and you're speeding and there ain't nobody else around, you did not break a crime, break the law because you didn't commit a crime. You didn't hurt nobody. You didn't crash into anybody else's building or anything like that.
No victim, no crime.
That's right. So, common law is that simple. And, we got so many laws. Yeah, like Hayden says, it's just insane. You don't know. I mean, they could put a hamburger in prison for crying out loud the way they go. But, but yeah, we need to get down to some basics, some simplicity. And when the juries do get together, they do have people on the jury, are part of the assembly, that is, that are to investigate the situation and come back and present their evidence on what they found, and the jury discusses it and makes a decision, and that decision cannot be appealed. Their decision is final.
Mm-hmm.
So, you've got actually a jury of your peers. It's, everybody volunteering to do this. You don't get paid. Nobody's charging any money for you to do it. And, it's not like, having a paid lawyer there or something like that they're gonna extend the case or get bought off or whatever lawyers do, to make more money on that thing. And and as far as I know, the judge of the situation is just we the people, and pretty much anybody can participate. Uh, so I think that the system we have now is far too complicated, and I think it would be easier on everybody to have a system where it is forthright, straight up, and simple to figure out. You know, that person in that car just speeded down the road. Didn't hit nobody, didn't kill nobody, didn't crash into another car and cause damages to somebody's car. You know, didn't run over a sidewalk and smash into a building, ruin the building. So, you know, those other things, yeah, there'd have to be some remedy for, because any damage over $20 or something, I think it is, needs to be addressed. But uh, otherwise, just driving down the road too fast wasn't a crime.
Right. Yeah. I mean, no victim, no crime. I mean, how much simpler can it be? I mean, whenever you get pulled over, because, well, I love using this because, it hits close to home, but, you get pulled over for improper registration on your vehicle. That's something that they're not supposed to pull you over for. It's even written in 18 U.S. codes that only commercial vehicles have to be registered. Now, they should know this, right? But they don't. I mean, every time I've told a cop about it, they've looked at me blank looked and, no, I've never heard of that. Well, don't you think you should know the law that you're supposed to be enforcing? I mean, they've got everyone so conditioned to take this bullshit that, quite frankly, when I started finding out about this stuff, it pissed me off, and I had to step away because a lot of things were just everything that I would read was pissing me off because, well, quite frankly, I don't like being lied to. It's a trigger. When I find out you're lying to me, that's pretty much it. I don't need you around because I don't need lies. I need truth. So, I mean, this is one of the things that just infuriated me finding out all this stuff because they've been suckering us all this time. I don't like it. So I joined up with the assembly once I learned about it because that was the only avenue other than, going down to the pawn shop and buying some firearms and getting ready for the apocalypse. And quite frankly, that will help no one.
Yep.
It'll cause more problems than anything else. Chaos is what they want. They want everybody to go unhinged.
We don't want no violence.
Right.
Not at all.
But we will defend ourselves. You guarantee that. Now, the assembly, like I said, is the only way that I've found. And this is something I've been searching for ever since I've started learning about, even before I learned about the assembly, because I wanted to know what I could do. And quite frankly, I got to the point where I was just like, I don't know what to do other than, stock up on ammo. So I did. I became a prepper. I started doing all that stuff. And then I found out about the assembly, and as much as it pissed me off to find out how much they've been suckering us, it still gave me this, it instilled this hope that I hadn't had.
Mm-hmm.
And all it takes is me just learning more and then teaching other people about it. That's it. Learning more and passing it along. That's our job. That's our duty. This is what everybody, like I said earlier, this should be common knowledge for everyone. And because we have been so submerged in all this propaganda over generations, because it's been so deep that we don't even recognize it anymore because it's so common in today's life. Just like, I mean, whenever you get your notice in the mail about getting new tags or renewing them, you put it on your to-do list, don't you? I mean, most people do. I mean, most everyone, I'll say 99.9% of people in the United States will always put that on their to-do list. Oh, gotta get my car registered, gotta renew the plates, gotta get my new driver's license. all that, and without a second thought. This is the problem we have, and this is the problem we're going to solve. But we need you guys to help us solve it. All of us working together towards a common good, we're unstoppable. Unstoppable. They don't have a prayer, and they know it. They know it. See, all this stuff that we're trying to explain to you is stuff that they already know and have been using against us. And this propaganda is thick. So very thick you can't take a breath of air without inhaling it too. And it takes a lot of fighting to get through it. It really does. I mean, I'll use myself as the example. I'm still fighting it. Even all that I've learned in the past, we'll just say 6 years, I am still fighting it. And that's on a daily basis, if not minute to minute, depending on whether I'm in front of my computer or not. We have to be aware of it and put it in its place. They want everyone to be irrational, emotional, and unstable. That's what they want for everyone. They want us like little chaotic monkeys. They want us just, chaotic monkeys in a gun shop. You know what I'm saying?
I do have a tendency to be a little bit chaotic and a very loud monkey when it comes to this particular topic because it's
Well, sure.
a very, very personal topic for me. And quite honestly, I can't stomach seeing as many of them. They're literally backs dropping out of the fucking sky. Pardon my French, but they are. They're literally dropping out of the sky. If you read the back chat, they're literally dropping out of the sky this past year.
Yeah, we're up against people doing unspeakable evil things to us on a daily basis.
Principalities, you can say it.
There you go. Yeah,
May I?
and real quick, what you were talking about earlier there, Carolyn, is exactly what we're trying to fix. And the only way we can fix it is getting the information we need. And now, the passion that you got is legit. Because quite frankly, I got the same passion. But I have to put it in check and put myself in the middle. I have to look at things on both sides. I have to recognize the evil. I have to recognize the good. And I need to figure out the best way to navigate it. And you can't do that if it's all emotion or all logic. Because you got to work the two together because your passion will give you strength to enact the logic. And Missouri, you wanted the floor real quick?
Yeah, and coincidentally, I cough as soon as I get the floor. I just wanted put this in, put a nice little bow on this. What this boils down to is knowledge, facts, and morals. We all have morals. We can all see the facts. And we can all absorb knowledge. There's been a lot of knowledge shared here on this panel. And if anybody on this, well, I know 2 people out of here on this panel from before, but the other 2 of y'all, if you guys have morals, which I believe you do, just from listening to you guys speak, you guys have a heart and you sound like very decent people. I would say, with this knowledge, what are you going to do with it? And if you want to see change, and progress and the world be a better place where there's true justice, where there are fair laws, where we are all treated as equals and can treat each other as equals, then it is your duty to go and seek more of this knowledge and pass it along. Because if we don't do that simple thing of spreading the word to our neighbor and growing our own knowledge, we are being part of the problem and not part of the solution. And there's been a lot said on here tonight and a lot of knowledge. I understand that. So it's not going to all sink in at once. But if we really want to see change and we truly have morals, then we have a duty and an obligation to spread this knowledge, which is common sense, but we still have that obligation to spread it around and try to rebuild these principles in our society that everyday man agrees with. They just don't know how to act on it. And the only thing stopping them from being able to act on it properly is a lack of knowledge. That's why I say it is a duty and a responsibility with this knowledge to pass it along and help be the change that you want to see. I yield.
Thank you. Carolyn, you were gonna key up there for a second? Sorry, I passed over you.
No, it's good. I was just gonna say I appreciate it. I've been trying to do my best with spreading the simple basis of the tenets of the issues with the trafficking and everything else for the last probably 5 or 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
With new stats as they're given by, the DOJ and different states. And that's part number 1. That's going out with the logic, right? And the passion. Part number 2 would be educating what to do about it, as you all have laid out. And the challenge present simply is, in this current climate, being able to find somebody that's willing to listen. And just as you said, there's very likely quite a few people. We have vast networks. We have communication in ways that we didn't have them before. And it's highly possible to make this happen and to make this work. Because at the end of the day, they're not going to stop their vile acts. They're not going to stop their criminal behavior, nor their overreach, until they're forced to. And I yield.
Thank you. And you're right. And
Totally agree.
yeah, they won't listen to anything except this, because they already know, like I said before, that this is the real thing. And they know that they are based in it. And like I said, it is written, once the self-governed stand, the de facto must sit. They know this. And they are afraid of us doing this, because once all our states do this, they're done. And they know it. They're absolutely done. They know very well that they cannot withstand us, because us organized together is, like I said, unstoppable. They learned this a long time ago, back in 1776. And like I try and say on my other streams, I mean, we're still in the same war against Britain. It's never stopped. It just changed tactics. Instead of fighting us outright, they became our friend. Or supposedly. And they have been sending their lawyers in like troopers ever since. And they have got us now, with the 13th Amendment was legalese out. We are inundated with lawyers in our system, which have been changing it little by little, by little, by little, by little, by little, enabling this to happen so it will enable something to happen down the line. And like I said before, we can bypass it. We can sidestep it. I mean, every time I think about that, I imagine standing at the edge of a cliff with the government charging us. All we have to do is step aside. And they go flying off that cliff. And we just start whistling and walk away. And this is what they don't want you to know. They have no substances, all flash, bluster, a bluff. And they, for a long time, did a really good job of it, as you can see by what we're going through right now. We can beat this. We can do it. I know we can. I have no doubt. We just need to tell more people, get more people in it. And that's all, it's done. It's done. As a matter of fact, there's a few examples right now. You can go and look at Alaska's website right now, and they have served their notice that they are a free and independent state. It's done. Their governor gets his directives from the assembly. And if he doesn't fulfill what the assembly says, he gets fired. End of story. And very soon, Missouri will be the same way. And they can't do a damn thing about it except try and keep us stupid. And block our live streams when we talk about history. But we'll keep going. They can't stop us. Unless they just start laying down nukes like carpet bombing, they can't stop us. And they know it. This is the worst thing about it is these people want to take us with them. They want to drag us into that pit, kicking and screaming. They won't stop unless we make them stop. And we can hold every one of them accountable. That's the power of the assembly. That's the power of we the people. I had something up earlier that Veritas wrote in chat. Something about what are we going to do about the pedophiles and all them. All of them will be taken care of and dealt with appropriately. Because you know what?
I got a couple ideas.
Yeah, I do also. But what it will take is we the people in assembly getting together and deciding what to do. That's the simple truth of it. So, for instance, if we find out that this guy in your county messed with the little kid, well, you take that before the assembly. The assembly will decide what to do with that. And their decision will be final. If the assembly votes to say, execute him, he will be executed.
The jury, not the assembly.
Yeah. Yes, the grand jury. But that's how it works. And it, like what Hayden was describing earlier about how the assembly does it. That's exactly it. It's that simple. Now, in order for that to work, you have to elect office holders. Different officers would be moderator, the moderator pro tem, recording secretary. You know, it sounds pretty much like any other like town hall setup, or maybe not town hall setup, but damn, what's trying to think of something specific. I can't think of it, but it's like your county meetings that what is it? Chamber of Commerce, stuff like that. The way they run their meetings and stuff like that. It's a bastardization of the assembly meeting. They've changed it to suit their needs. What we're doing is taking that back. And like I said, it comes before the assembly and the investigation goes forth. And the results come back to the assembly and it's discussed and voted on. That's simple. And once it's voted on, whatever the assembly has decided will happen. If not, there are swift consequences. And it would depend on what we're going through, whatever the reaction will be. Each instance will be singular. Like I said, each by a case-by-case basis. I had somebody ask me a while back about his particular case. Well, how would it happen? Well, I basically ran through what I just ran through with you guys and said it would depend on everything that is involved with your case. And he said something about somebody else and you know might be in this type of involvement. It doesn't matter. It's according to you and the circumstances around you. Doesn't matter what your cousin was doing who did something the night before. We'll find that out in the investigation. But there is an order that has to be followed. And it has to be done to the letter. No shortcuts. None whatsoever. Precision is key. We want all the information so that we can make an informed decision. If it's not an informed decision, then it's crap and it's faulty, and we don't have a need for that. Truth or nothing. I'm trying to overstress this. I guess I'll back off. Would anybody else like the floor? Anarchy, you've been quiet for a while. What you got in your mind? CBs.
Well, on that, for instance, communications, yes, is a very big thing in my opinion, and just for even everyday life. But what is everybody willing to do? What kind of, when it comes down to the dirty work, when it comes down to that, actually, you know, using the same type of tactics that the other side is using against us. Like for instance, even if that means destroying infrastructure, supply lines and stuff like that. What's people willing to do? You know, and until what they're like, it comes to the front door. You know, I mean, people think I'm crazy when I see this, but you know, a lot of people probably won't have that oh crap moment until the robots are going down the street and the drones are over our head. And even then, some people won't even have that oh crap moment. They'll just blow over it like it's a natural thing, and it's like every day. But by then, it's already too late.
Man.
The thing is, all right. The only reason I'm gonna continue for a second is because hell, I about went to sleep listening to you. But anyway, the thing is, man, we as a people, we do have to get on that same page. But when it is, yes, I agree. It does. It's education, and then it comes down to. It also comes down to the parents taking that responsibility. Also, you cannot leave it up to basically the enemy to teach our children. All right, you cannot rely on the enemy to actually, force behavior either. Because that's basically what they're doing is like basically trying to force the behavior that they want in their favor from us by the use of punishments and stuff like that to kind of keep us in line. And but the thing that really gets me also is like it's not just at this moment because of this thing in the arm thing. That is just a catalyst to bring on even more, because when that happened, they put all this state of emergency stuff into play, and when those words are uttered out of the government officials' mouths into the public realm, there's a lot of policies and stuff like that. They get it kicked in that they didn't have power. Those the powers they allowed themselves, they didn't have those powers, weren't kicked in until those emergency powers kicked them in. And looking at history, anything that the government says is just going to be temporary, it ends up always being permanent. So this is a permanent thing, and it's not just our country. This is worldwide. All right, it's not just something that we can actually sit there and start thinking it's like this is what we got to do, and but it's not just us. All right, some of the same things and some of the same things that are happening in other countries that are happening here. All right, there's a lot of other countries also that are, I guess you call it litmus test. It's kind of like there's different levels of what's going on right now, but it's all the same thing. It's just different levels of it. All right. Eventually, if the powers that should not be get their way, they want it this worldwide all the way. And so they have their fist tightly gripped on everything. I mean, every single thing. And one of the biggest things that gets everybody so frazzled about is because they're hitting us all in many, many different directions all at the same time. All right. It's like you almost don't know which way to go and which way to start and all this other stuff. All right. Because, I mean, no matter which way you go, you got opposition or you got this and that, whatever. I mean, it's trying to get people, I mean, me personally, all right, I can't change people's minds. I'm more of like the type of person, like, I'll show you the door. You're the one that's going to have to walk through it. You're the one, I'll take you down to the river, but I can't force you to drink. You're the one that's going to have to drink if you want to, learn anything or experience anything. You're the one that has to go through that, not me. I can show you the way, which path to take. And it's like, okay, here, that'll get you where you want to go. That's up to you if you want to do that. It's like even on a lot of different levels on that level from my perspective. Even what I say, it's like even when I say some of the stuff that I say, it can go in one ear and out the other. As far as that concerned, I don't care, But if something sits there and makes you think for a minute, that's what I want.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I want somebody to actually start thinking about and or just thinking. Period. That critical thinking, that mind. Back in your own control. You know what I mean? Because that's what really the powers that should not be is. They really want to control the mind. It's not your brain, not your body, your mind. All right? Because if they got control of that, everything else falls in line with it. All right? The thing is, man, we got to get past this. Like this, what they said is like bread and circuses. Give the people bread and circuses, and they never revolt. You got to get past this fucking fat, happy lifestyle and stuff like that, and watching the damn, football game on TV and the beer and blah blah blah. I get it that most people that are just trying to live, trying to, earn a little bit of whatever, just so they can put food on the table, keep a roof over their head, and all this other bullshit that goes on up and down Washington D.C. and around and all this other stuff. It's like, just leave me the fuck alone. You know, the thing is, man, the best way I can describe it in a visualization is when I was born. All right, that's like me walking into this room. All right, and in this room, there's already some people sitting on the floor playing this game of Monopoly. All right, one of those people happens to be the bank and the guy that's got like Park Place and all that stuff. That's the government that's sitting and playing that game. And then you got all the other people that came into the room and they were forced to sit down and play that game. Well, when I was born, that's me walking into that room. They right off the bat forced me to sit down and play that game just for walking into the room. Well, see, that's the problem, that we need that illusion that this so-called corporation or this government that's calling itself the government actually has authority and jurisdiction over any of us at all in the first fucking place. It's all an illusion. When they write down fancy words on a fancy piece of paper and then sprinkle pixie dust on it, it doesn't make it the goddamn gospel and we must obey. All right. The only reason why most people are scared to do anything about it is because when they write that piece of paper on that piece of paper, sprinkle pixie dust, they've got thugs with fucking guns to force people to fucking obey. They got the monopoly on the violence. Well, self-defense is also violence. All right. And violence can be used for good. Evil does not have a monopoly on violence. All right. I mean, and honestly, that is probably like one of the only languages they actually understand. Okay. And yes, a lot of us have just been like, I mean, me personally, I knew something was wrong for a long time. I just, there was parts of me that I just couldn't really see what it was, but it was like something that was eating at me. But the longer I'm alive on this planet and the more people I talk to, the more places I go and all that sort of stuff, I understand what's going on. I get there's a lot of things. And one of the other reasons why a lot of it happens, you know what I mean? Because most people just want to be left alone. They don't want to have to deal with that shit up there. But these people that are in those positions, they want that. They want that power. They want to be your master. They want to be your ruler. All right. They mean to be good masters, but they mean to be your master. Okay. And then this whole idea, you got the right to vote, but that's bullshit. All right. Even with the voting thing, you're doing nothing but giving your written consent. All right. That for a ruler to rule over you and everybody else. That's all you're doing. All right. Now, if anybody is really, really, really wants that still, all right, well, they should vote for me because quite honestly, man, I'll be the best overlord you ever had in your life. Trust me, I'm fully qualified to do the job. All right. So, I mean, that's the thing.
I prefer the term benevolent dictator.
Yeah, the thing is, it's like we've got to get through this, get past this veil of fraud that they've tried to they put over us over generations. All right, generations of this. All right, and the thing is, man, this is not new. This is old stuff. That's the reason why I happened to mention earlier insanity. The definition of what is it? Insanity is like you're doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. If we continue doing the same thing we've been doing in the past, all right, if you actually know history, you see that what we've done in the past, and then you see how history repeats itself. If we continue doing what we've been doing in the past, it's going to continue doing what we did in the past. That's fucking insane. That's insanity. Let's break that. Break the insanity. All right. We got to break that cycle. Look outside of the box. Probably got to do something completely fucking different that's never been tried before. So all this bullshit of just sitting around and him-hawing about it, it ain't fucking working. It's protesting out in the street ain't fucking working. You know what I mean? So
well, it's funny you say that. Real quick, Hayden. It's funny you say that because doing the same thing over and over again, complete insanity. But what they did was they turned something that was the experiment, the something different, which was the beginning of America, and they turned it into their own warped sense of well, just basically cruelty. You could just cut it to the bone with that. But they have taken something that was the experiment and turned it into this, what we're dealing with now. Now we go back to the original. All the things that you've been just talking about, everything, every word that's coming out of your mouth, I've heard from, well, not all of one, but most every assembly member I've come across. And this was, well, I've kind of made it my thing to recruit people into the assembly myself. So this is a lot of the same stuff that with other people that I've recruited, I've heard come out of your mouth has come out of their mouth also. So what I would actually do is have you go to the National Assembly site, and I put it in the chat, and I'll go ahead and add it into the description. And start reading there, dude, and you will run with it. I promise you will. Hayden, you was wanting to chime in?
Yeah, can you hear me? All right.
Yes.
Yeah, I was had a couple questions for Anarchy here. When you first keyed up there, you posed a question and basically asked it, what is it going to take for you to do something, to take action? And I want to spin that around and ask you, what is it going to take for you to take action, to no longer sit in silence? Because there's a term that in the assembly, and those who are familiar with a lot of assembly concepts, you hear the term or the phrase, silence is acquiescence, meaning by your silence, you consent. And if you agree to or if you give your consent by silence, then that gives them the authority to govern over you. Governance can only be established by consent. And silence is a form of giving consent, unfortunately. We have a lot of lawyers to thank for that. The other piece of this was towards the end of what you had to say there. You suggest that we do something different. History's repeating itself. And yeah, it's the beast system. It goes on and on and on until it doesn't. But here's the thing. If you have something new that's never been tried before, I would love to hear it. And that's not sarcastic in any way, shape, or form. I'm being sincere. If you have something that's never been tried before, I'd love to hear it. As long as it has nothing to do with violence.
Embrace anarchy. Embrace true anarchy. I mean, because quite honestly, anarchism is the way.
Embrace the dictatorship. Embrace the fact that
anarchy does not mean dictatorship. Anarchy, the definition of anarchy
means no law.
It means no rulers and no masters. It does not mean no law. There is law. It's called natural and common law. That is law. All right. Man-made law. Men do not make law. God makes law. All right.
Correct.
Men only make statutes, codes, policies, rules. That's what men make. God or the Creator, whichever you prefer, makes laws. All right. Those are the laws that we as people on this planet are supposed to be following. All right.
Laws of
not
nature,
man-made.
nature's God. I hear you, brother. We're speaking
That's what I'm saying. See, that's the thing. It's like see, that's the thing. A lot of people they get that wrong interpretation of the word anarchy or what anarchism is. Because honestly, if you notice that the ones that really don't want anarchy are the ones that want to be your fucking master. All right, because they know they don't want anarchy. Is because if anarchy was around, we all are basically self-governed. All right, that's what anarchists really believe is self-governance, and also the non-aggression principle. All right, the thing is, man, we're not pussies. We're not going to just sit there and lay down and take it up the ass and say, "Thank you, may I have another?" No, we're going to fight back, but we
But
there
fight
is
back
still
how?
structure. There is still
Fight
structure.
back
I
how,
like I said,
sir?
excuse me.
How do you plan on fighting back without having an army turned against you? That's what I'm asking.
There is no way of not fighting back without an army turning against you. Like I said
There
before,
is.
the government,
is.
listen, the government that the corporation posing as the government, its only concern is continuity of government. If it will use any means necessary to keep that continuity. All right.
Mhm.
There is always going to be that opposition because they want to be in power and continue that power. All right. But the thing is, man, you know, yes, and I don't have like an absolute solution because I don't have all the answers. I'll be the first one to admit it. But and I know there's other people out there that just say more shit. They're just complete crap. You know what I mean when it comes down to just being an actual person. They have no morals, or their morals are suck. Because that's another thing too. You talk about morality. Now, I mean, there could be a whole town of moral people, but in their eyes, morality is killing people and taking their skin off and wearing it. All right. But it depends on it's almost like depends on. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what type of morality you're talking about. All right, and then on top of that,
basic innate human instincts, like the
well, I
need
get it.
or
I get it,
desire
but
to
like I
take
said,
care
there
of
could
your
be a
family
whole
or
town, and they've decided to congregate to themselves and make their own makeshift society. But in their eyes, morality is well, shit. It's moral to actually cut somebody apart and wear their skin on my face. All right, but so who's to say that they're not moral? But because in their eyes, in their whole little society, they are. All right,
Well,
you know what I mean?
and there are lawful principles that apply to a free people who are self-governed that would determine whether or not something like that is okay or moral or just. And you have to look at the definition of sovereignty and rights and where my rights end. The only
This is
way
this.
hold on, please, hold on. The only way I can forfeit my rights is if I trespass on your rights. If my actions as a living, breathing man damage you or hinder you from exercising your rights, that is then prohibiting somebody from life, liberty, or the pursuit of happiness. And that's a fairly simple concept. And that's where you draw the line. Because I think everybody can agree on that. And if you can agree on that, then I would suggest you go build a tree house and live by yourself in the woods.
Fair enough.
Simple.
The thing is, man, is all right, yes, but to enforce and also almost enforce them to recognize, or I guess is better, like a better words, that sovereignty. Because honestly, the way it was started. It started with under natural and common law. It has been perverted now to the system of admiralty and maritime law. They do not recognize the individual sovereignty that we were born with. They consider that we are serfs and nothing but property, and the government, the legal fiction, is the sovereign. That's how they've perverted it over the past couple of generations or more. But that's the thing, is that we have to the first way to battle this is actually through talking about it and actually opening people's minds and understanding this stuff on a massive scale.
Yes.
On a massive scale, because the thing is, man, it's been pushed into our brains for a couple of generations through our parents and our grandparents and blah 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 blah. All right, because they thought it was the right thing. They thought it was this because this is what they were taught. All right, man. It's like what is it? Despotism in a sense, man. one of the main things that actually is part of that actually ends up being part of the despotism is our school systems that contribute to that. Because they were like, okay, well, if it's written down in this textbook and the teachers say, well, this is what it is in the textbook, so therefore that's the truth and that's the facts, anything else is wrong, and don't even question it. All right, and then they try to like demonize or in a sense to make fun, I don't know how to, the word I'm looking for, people that actually question anything that may be already like written down in that book, for instance. All right. Well, that's how it ends up. That information gets regurgitated over the next couple of generations. They teach their kids, and they teach their kids, and da, da, da. This is where we're at. All right. We're at this fucking thing where there's these people that think they think they can rule and master, be the master of all of us because they control the wealth. All right. And then they have all these little strings where they can pull, and they have all the little cops out there to enforce with violence their will. All right.
But
That's got to change.
if I may, you brought up a key thing there, and that's the monetary system. But again, this boils back to where I started, is if we accept this monetary system and allow it to be used against us, we are silently consenting to serfdom.
Well, I agree on that, but the thing is, most people
I'm not
don't
finding any
know
places we
any
disagree,
other
brother.
options because what they've gotten is the options that the government has given them. They're like, okay, well, here's
and
option A and option B. These are the choices you got to choose from.
That's the key
All
thing.
right, and
That's the
there's
key
nothing
thing.
else.
If I may, you struck something and you hit the nail right on the head. They are taking the options the government provides them. That, sir, is ass backwards and not how the system was designed. It is the other way around. The people will issue a ultimatum, and they could choose if they desire, or we can just give them a directive or tell them they're fired. Here's the deal about all of this, and this effort to restore real law, God's law, just basic fundamental morals, has been tried many times, and it has failed many times. It's ended with dead presidents, dead, figureheads around the world, and even smaller individuals who are making some waves. The thing is, the founding fathers, that generation, they did it right the first time. They did it via grassroots, from the bottom up. By the time the powers that be realize they have a body of people basically coming to tell them that they're no longer in charge and their services are no longer needed, they don't have enough time to react because there will be thousands at their doorstep telling them that they are fired. Because it's grassroots. They think their heads up there in the clouds, that's what they don't pay attention to everybody else, the regular man. But once there's 20,000 regular men in their face saying, here's the law, this is how it's going to be, every single one of us agrees except for you, you're the problem. Okay,
I'll tell you this.
pack your
I know.
things. Pack your
I know one
things.
way we can combat
No,
this.
I'd love to hear it.
They hit them right where it counts. The pocketbook.
Exactly. And follow the money. Follow the money. In the court system, you brought up Admiralty Maritime Law. That court system, those magistrates, those courts that seem to have strong ties back to the United Kingdom or Great Britain or the English monarchy.
Oh, that's where the income tax goes.
Oh, we're getting up there following that money. Well, the English English monarchy, the only people they take orders from is the Vatican. Uh-oh. I think we hit the top. And what does the Vatican say they base all of their principles and morals and judgment calls on? God. They say that God directs them, the Catholic Church, the Pope, is the vicar of Christ. That's what he calls himself. Well, if we call him out on that and say, no, that doesn't seem very righteous, what do you think he's going to do? He's either going to blow his cover or he's going to yield back and say, well, yeah, you guys are right. That's what happened with the Magna Carta. That's why that Magna Carta is so very interesting. Because the Pope went running, because this has happened before. And the thing that needs to happen with this great American experiment is that once original jurisdiction is reestablished and the natural law is reestablished, we must remain eternally vigilant and teach our children and their children's children to be vigilant.
I agree, and that's all well and good. I agree, but
and
it's
if
to
we
get
lose
to that
those
point where we
basic
actually are.
principles- Yes, and America fell asleep at the wheel. They ceased to remain eternally vigilant, and somebody else took control of the car.
Yeah, I agree. But and
So we take
and
control
right now
back
with
of the
what
car.
we're doing and with this, what's going on right now, it's not just in our country, it's worldwide. With what's going on, and
Yes, sir.
the tighter they squeeze on their grip on basically the world's governments, and all that stuff, and we're in the process, of being squeezed. All right. Now the thing is, man, there are ways. Like if people really wanted to take that initiative, I mean, there are physical things that we can do. I mean, one of them is
But
like, for
why?
instance,
Why lower yourself to that level? Because once you've
well,
done that,
let me ask you, why not?
let me finish? Well, I'm explaining there right now. If you lower yourself down to that point of physical violence, guess what? You've trespassed on their God-given rights, and they will use that
Bullshit!
against
That's bullshit!
Really?
Bullshit! Bullshit! Bullshit!
You're
I
telling
call
me those.
I call bullshit.
You're telling me that those snakes, those silver-tongued serpents, aren't gonna sit there and say you violated my God-given
Well,
rights?
yeah, they
knowing
can say that
they
all they want. They can say it all they want.
Well, they will because they know it has the most lawful standing.
No, there
And
is
they
no
will.
lawful standing behind it. It's bullshit. They can say it all they want. It's like a lot of stuff that they do. They say
I
a lot,
know.
but they have
I
no
know.
lawful standing behind it. But they use their deceit to convince and throw this veil of crap in front of us. All right,
Well,
and try to convince you that, oh yeah, no, this is how it's supposed to be, and you could do this the easy way. We can do this the hard way. Come on now, you know what I mean? Don't make me do this the hard way.
Yeah.
That kind of, you understand where I'm going? All right.
Yeah, I understand. I hear you. But here's the thing. I was helping prove the point of why not to sink down to their level. And that's why you
Right.
don't. Because they can pull the same card that we can. Because we believe that everyone is created equal, and they will pull the same card because it is the Trump card.
I
And they
don't
know
care.
it.
I mean, honestly,
I don't
if they
care
if they don't
either.
want to,
That's why-
if they don't want to
you
abide
can't.
and if they don't want to abide by natural law and common law in a sense like that, all right, technically they're the aggressor to begin with. So technically they're the criminals.
Exactly.
So we're in basically a defensive mode, but but
Exactly.
put it on an offensive type of stance, because
Mhm.
that's the
Use-
weakest point to be, is on a defensive mode, and
Yeah.
because I
You're
mean,
hitting
seriously.
it.
I'm there. I mean, but
May
the
I?
thing is I'm trying to think of like more like reality stances when it comes down, like as we are right at this moment, for the
May
people
I?
out there that are supposedly awake, not the woke, the awake. All right, to actually organize, communicate, and actually, get something done. Put our heads together and find solutions. Because I mean,
Yeah.
I understand that it's all well and good, and this is how it sounds. All that stuff sounds good because I mean, even some of the stuff I say
It
sounds
doesn't
good,
sound
but it's
good.
actually
It
trying
works.
to implement that to actually get people on the same page. Because honestly, like I said, I
Everybody's
do
on the
know that
same
there's
page.
bad people out there. All right, there's people out there that they totally thrive on people's misery and stuff like that. They actually, it's like a food to them, and they get their kicks off of it. So I get that. There's
Yeah,
not, it's
I
not,
call them a
not
drug.
everybody's going to be on board with this. You know what I mean? I mean, I heard some, and it's actually kind of a radical idea, but I heard somebody was talking about this. It's like, okay, for all those people that don't like freedom, don't like the America, and want to destroy what we have, what this country was supposed to be about and founded on, and our morals and our values that was supposed to be that's supposed to be, y'all can go somewhere else like China and live fucking there. Hell, I mean, we can probably get up enough money to fucking ship your asses over on an airplane and drop you off, and like as we passing by, give you a parachute, fucking drop you off. I mean, that's probably what we need to do. I mean, it's
Well,
like,
that
okay,
that
y'all want to
that
live
seems
there?
a
Go
bit
live there.
generous. That seems a bit
Whatever.
generous. I would
Okay,
say.
okay, leave
I
out the
would say.
parachute.
Well,
Just
no,
push.
no. I would say that they get pushed onto the beach and they have 10 hours to build the raft and they can float back to England. Sayonara.
So if I may, I have an interesting question because I heard the concept of going up to the top of the food chain. What can any of us do if either the Vatican or DC, for that matter, has entered into a contract with Satan?
Who's to say that already hasn't happened?
I'm sorry.
And that's a fair point, but what I'm saying is whereby the contract to be fulfilled would be this great reset, the Nasara Gesara, all that other fun stuff, all the Noahide laws that would be coming into place. How does one represent that entity? Part number one. And part number two,
Could you
how do
rephrase
we
that first question? That was a bit scattered and it's a little late, so help me out, please. If you don't
Okay.
mind.
So from the very top, like you said, if we're going to the concepts of following the money, and money being one of the very first roots of evil,
I agree.
I think
as
it's
far
the absolute
as
root of evil.
in the, well, no, in my opinion, it's deception. It's the deception of happiness, the deception of freedom,
Yeah.
the deception of, all of the earthly things that we want. But that's, just another kind of breakdown.
Yeah.
So the concept being that the US and or the Vatican both have entered into a contract to make all of this stuff happen because they are going through this whole process of basically destroying everything to rebuild it into this build back better, which looks like 666 to me.
Well, I think
How
it
do
actually
we-
stands for Better Business Bureau. They're trying to fix
How
the
do we
corporation.
go? Well, how do we go back and how do we examine the probability of this contract being into place?
Like I was saying, is hit them in the
May I?
pocketbook. These are corporations, man. Bring these damn things to their knees. Bring these
But
people that
here's-
have all this money
here's the
that think
deal.
they can be our rulers. Bring them back down to our level. You know
May
what
I?
I'm saying? Equal playing field.
May I?
Go ahead.
Okay. Here's Anarchy. I hear you, and I understand.
Thank you.
Okay. I hear you, and I understand what you're saying. But what you are implying is inflicting either a monetary damage or something that would result in a monetary loss of that corporation, thereby inflicting damage on that corporation. That means
Okay.
they have legal premise to press charges. And that's where they get everybody. It's because not many people see that. I'm not saying that you don't, because I feel like you do, but you can't hit them in the pocketbook. You can't go and break down their buildings. You simply ignore them and tell them you have no lawful jurisdiction. We the
I understand
people
that. That's like I said. That
establish that.
sounds good. I agree. I agree with what you're saying. It sounds
It's
good.
not just that
But
it
when they
sounds good,
use
that's the way it
violence
is.
against us to implement their will, all
Yes,
right,
but when do they resort to violence?
when we don't comply with their wishes, all
Okay,
right,
can you give an example?
well, I agree. Yeah, okay, like for instance, the biggest corporation right now in this country is the thing that's calling itself the government. All right, and anything it writes down, it considers all of us to be in an obligation to obey. All right, and we don't have that legal or even an obligation at all, lawful or whatever. We don't have any obligation for that shit. All right, I didn't sign any contract to saying that I agree to this all these rules and regulations that these people are stipulating. I was just born on this fucking land. All right.
Exactly.
I
That's
was
why it's
not
called.
put on this earth by the creator to sit there and work a freaking 40-hour job to scratch my ass for a little bit of fucking reward, and then have most of it being extorted from me by this entity calling itself a government. All right.
You
That's
are
not what I
preaching
was
to the
put on
choir,
this
sir.
planet to do. Well,
I
I'm
can
not
To
saying
the
that I'm
best
not.
of your knowledge, you were born in the state that you were born in.
Right.
But
Yes.
here's one thing, and hear me out. You said, which I agree with, we have no real legal standings, so we can't default on that or rely on that. But you also said we have no lawful standing, and that, sir, is false. And I know that you agree with me because you sat there and said
Yeah.
natural
I'm not.
law and God's
Yeah.
law is there.
Yeah.
And
I'm not sure if that's what I said. So go ahead. Go ahead.
well,
Go ahead. No, I
but
mean I agree on the natural law and common law and all that stuff. But go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
natural law and God's law are constant. Nobody can change it. It's not within the power of any living, breathing human on
Yeah.
this planet
Yeah.
to
Yep.
change that. So nobody can say that we don't have lawful standing because we are created by God
Well, that's what I'm saying.
with
And
those
and
rights.
God gave us all free will, all right? And that free will, if it is necessary to use violence to protect our God-given rights and our God-given natural rights and our lives, then that is necessary. That is okay. I also,
You're
you know,
correct. You are correct.
this is
You're
on a
correct.
human level. I knew a guy that was in the Marines, and one things that he tends to quote to me all the time is like that Marines say is, it's very, very important to always be polite until it is
Absolutely.
time to not be polite. Do
Yes,
you get
sir.
what I'm saying? And so I
Yes.
mean, you know, and that's why I was saying it's like violence is not
It's not.
only
It can't be the first resort
just
ever.
you know, it's not only evil that has that control over that. See, and self-defense is violence. It can be violent, so and it can be used for good. But the thing is, it's like everybody's got this fear aspect. Oh, that's, you know, I can get punished if I did, but I can do this. Oh, that's not legal. They can go back ever. Screw that shit. That fear aspect that they've been pushing in our heads all our lives. You know what I mean?
Can I
And
ask
start,
you a
you know,
question?
it's a lot of us that just needs to start growing balls. Really, you know what I mean? That's what it
Anarchy, can
really
I
comes down
ask you a
to.
question?
Go ahead.
Is there a way to lawfully declare war?
Let me ask you this, or
No,
let
no,
me
no, 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 no,
let me.
no, no,
Okay,
no.
I won't ask. I won't answer. I won't ask a question to
You
answer it.
you brought up violence and that being
Right,
the
right. All right,
solution.
all right. I
And
will
I
bring
want to
up the. I
know,
will.
is
Right.
there a way to lawfully declare war?
Serve notice.
Exactly. And serving notice is a lawful process, whether it's the corporate law the natural law, maritime law, whatever kind of law they can come up with, codes, rules, regulations, statutes, notice is required in all jurisdictions.
And I love that you brought that up. How do you serve
So-
notice on Satan? Because
question.
by
Good
all
question.
of this point and by all of this premise, he has
Well,
to
actually,
abide
you
by the very same God-given laws
Yeah.
and the very same laws that give us dominion over him.
Can I answer your question?
Mhm.
And this is, I can't give you a factual answer to that question, but in my opinion, to give notice to Satan of where you stand would be to declare, maybe via a declaration of your rights given and granted to you by God, your creator, denying Satan any dominion over you and acknowledging the fact that God has given you what you have and it can't be taken by anyone else or granted by anyone else. So that would, in my opinion, be how you serve notice onto the devil himself.
Missouri. What I was going to say is like that. Yeah, I agree, but we need to do this by the millions. Because if we just do it here and there, a couple here and there, or a patch here and there, they'll hunt us down, they'll murder us, shut us
Hey.
up, try to make an example out of us to the rest of the people. It's like if you actually you go against the narrative, this is what's going to happen to you. It has to happen by the millions because you need to have that
Absolutely.
shock and awe type of a response because that's exactly what they would do to us. You know,
Yeah.
it's kind of like cops. You know, there could be only one guy on the sidewalk. Next thing you know, there's fucking 10 cops surrounding him. It's that overwhelming force and shock and awe. Got to do the
Hey.
exact same tactic.
I agree with you, but guess what? There's a reason I'm on YouTube talking to two people I don't know about assembly at 2 o'clock in the morning. And I actually do have other things that I need to do tonight. It's because you can't just start at 1 million. I don't have 1 million contacts on my phone. And I don't have there's not enough hours in my lifetime to get to know 1 million people and make sure that they can get down the right path.
Well,
have to
none of
start with
us are.
you gotta
None
start
of
with
us
your
are
neighbor.
greater than all of us. All right.
Yeah, but you got to start with your neighbor and the people who you come across.
Well, I
I
don't
mean,
know
you
if you
can't-
heard
you can't-
Missouri, one of the recent assembly calls. Maryland checked in, and that would be me.
Who? I'm sorry, what?
The state of Maryland checked in, and that would be me.
Is that supposed to mean
I
something?
heard that.
On
Well,
the assembly.
Yeah, but well, that's the thing. It's like none of
Oh,
us
you
are greater
called
than
in.
all of us, and all of us, like even
No.
then now, we might
for you.
not know 1 million people individually, but all of us together, even the ones in the chat, or even like some of the like if we did this in like a couple of live streams, everybody that gets together, all of us are the ones that are that we can do this. I mean, we can't rely on just or depend or even count on one person to come to save us. We're gonna have to do it for ourselves.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
absolutely.
So
And
it has
here's-
to
here's the
happen by the
thing.
millions, though. you know?
Yes, it has to happen to. It does. This should happen on a worldwide scale because we all agree
Yeah.
it's the correct and proper and moral thing to do. Here's the deal. You have to work your way up to a number like 1 million. You have to start at 1. There's no other way. Unless you can get a USB flash drive and plug it into the back of millions of people's heads all at once and download a program onto their head and take away their humanity and drill this into their brain, you can't just start at 1 million. It's impossible. It's not human nature. It's not natural. So what we have to do is start with our communities and pass the word on. It's the only way. It's growing. It's a natural process. You just have to grow out, and it catches wind, and gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and it will get to that 1 million person mark. But it's going to take time and effort, and spreading the word one by one.
Like I said, for it to have an effect. Because, like for instance, like even on like
true.
you talk
Not
about
true.
serving notice to the Satan or serving notice to the devil or whatever you want to call this
The
entity or
Magna
whatever.
Carta, The
But I'm
grand
just saying,
jury,
it's like, all right,
grand jury
it can't,
consists of
it
25
can't be
people.
just, I can't just sit there and serve notice and expect them to actually recognize it or even, or any of that shit. No, they'll probably think I'm crazy, call it frivolous, and they may even come, to consider I'm mentally ill and throw me in fucking prison
Well,
or kill me
you
off,
can.
especially
You can.
depending on how
As
much
an
I say.
individual, you
Yeah,
can
as
give
a,
notice.
I
You can give
understand that, but
notice
it
that
doesn't
you
have any
can't call
effect on
yourself
the
an assembly.
on the whole. That's what I'm trying to say.
No,
It needs more
and
than just like me. It needs more than just like me and you. It
absolutely.
needs more than just what's on this panel. It needs like the
Yes,
millions of us to actually sit there and say, you know what?
it does.
We all give notice. All right. We
And
don't
that would be the
consent.
point. That
Yeah,
would
we
be the
don't
point.
consent.
You've got people in the UK, you've got people in
Exactly.
Austria, you got people in Italy, you've got people in the US, you've
Here's
got people
Yep.
here in South America, you've got people all over this country that are basically giving the devil notice to say all of your minions that are pushing all of your agendas, that are pushing all of your ordinances and your laws and your codes and all of this other stuff are on notice, and we do not agree.
Yeah. I do
how
not
many
consent to
how
be
many
governed. All right.
countries? How many countries? But you have to say that. You have to stay. You have to say that. If you don't say I don't consent, then you consent by silence. It's
I
called
have a
silence.
question.
It's acquiescence. One just thing here I want to point out is you guys are talking about doing this on a worldwide scale.
Oh
That
yeah.
sounds marvelous. Trust me, that sounds absolutely amazing. I hope I live to
I
see
hear
the
a
day.
butt coming.
Yes, you do. Because not how many countries on this planet were founded on principles of God-given rights and the premise that the people self-govern.
Well,
How
that's a
many?
good that's a good point, and I've been talking
How
to
many? How
like
many
for instance,
countries can lean on a
no,
constitution?
there isn't. But that's the thing. I've been talking like some of my
Exactly.
some of these guys over in the UK, for instance, and how they're brought up, and with that the monarchy all through their history, blah 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 blah. It's
They can
almost
do it.
retraining
It's
and
possible.
retraining their mind on how things are because of what they were brought
Yes.
up with. You know what I'm
And here's the
saying?
thing. It is possible for them in those other countries to do this,
Absolutely.
but they would literally have to repeat America's history to do the same process that we would do here in the States.
And
Their
not only
history,
that, they would have to depose their monarch and say, you're not appointed by God. We
Right.
appoint ourselves to be the governing body.
Right.
You
well,
are
the
no
French,
longer needed. You're the weakest link. Goodbye.
You
the
talk
Fr-
about the
the
cognitive
French
dissonance
did
here
it.
in this country. Shit. Look over, like for instance, Europe. All right, what they've done for for a couple of centuries. I mean, or more, actually, more centuries than we've been around
But
in this
you
country. So
have to realize,
they've been brainwashed for a very very long time. All right,
may I?
because I mean, even and that's the reason why that the elites they wanna keep in the shadows and stuff and have all these protections and stuff because I relate it to the same thing back in the day of kings and queens that were living in castles with a moat around it and a big drawbridge and a bunch of knights protecting them because they knew if the common folk that they were supposedly they were ruling over could get a hold of them they'd probably go slice their throat at night. That's why they
They'd
kept,
fall the way of Marie Antoinette.
But
you know.
here's a couple things to take and just kind of absorb, sit on it for a second. Is one, those monarchies, where did they claim their authority came from? And how did they maintain it? By claiming to be the sovereign.
Yeah.
Appointed by
And
God, and they maintained it with money and forces.
yes. Okay. So the American what
You
makes
just you
America,
bring it up to modern day. It's the same thing. It's just it's bigger. That's all. You know what I
it's
mean?
the
It's
same
just a
thing,
bigger.
but every man and woman in America has done that. They declare their God-given unalienable rights, and they are sovereign men and women living on the land. They're just as sovereign as that king or queen in wherever. But the other thing I wanted to bring up to for everybody to keep in mind is that you get over in these different continents, in these different countries, they have different religions, different cultures, different history, different principles, longer histories. They just, it's a different culture. So they may not even want to participate. Like take a country like the UAE or Saudi Arabia or wherever. If you brought this to them, they'll be like, yeah, whatever. Like, go away. You're annoying
Well,
me.
I mean, there's countries out there that they don't need
There-
anybody
yeah.
else. I mean, like
There's countries out
Switzerland,
there
for
that would
instance.
love this.
Well, I mean, it's like Switzerland. They just kind of like keep to themselves. You don't really hear a whole lot coming out of that country. Not a
Yeah.
whole lot goes into that country. You know what I mean? They just kind of do their own thing, which I kind of agree. I mean, I even kind of like I mean, I don't like being mandatory enforced, but I like the idea that they kind of force everybody to actually own a weapon. I mean, every individual of their country, I mean, it's almost like mandatory. I'm not crazy about the mandatory part of it, but I think that's a good idea.
It might be a good idea, but you're not a free person if somebody is giving you directive.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't like the
Somebody's giving
idea
you
of the
orders.
mandatory part, but I like the idea that every citizen or every person owns a weapon. All right, and they know how to use it and all this other stuff. But that's
But that's
what
not
that's
freedom.
what
That is not freedom, though. It's nice. You get a nice firearm out of it, I guess, but it's not
that's
freedom.
that's why I was saying I was against the mandatory part of it. But
Yeah, but that's a big part. That's a big thing. You're
I
sacrificing
understand
for
that
something.
in Switzerland, but like even here, I mean, it's not necessarily it should be mandatory, but it should be a good idea that everybody owns a weapon here in the States. All right, you know what I mean? Because the thing is, man, the world is a bad place, and there's a lot of people out there that wanna hurt us. All right, and they're willing
Absolutely.
to kill us to get their. I mean, with the what is it? The most evil enemy will burn everything to the ground just so it can rule over the ashes, and we cannot allow that to happen. All
Exactly.
right, we
So
cannot
here's
allow that to
how.
happen.
May I?
How do we
Yes.
avoid giving? Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Vex was trying to say something a little earlier.
Actually, we moved
Oh,
into
I'm-
a different part of the conversation since then, so I've been kind of
Sorry,
waiting
Vex.
until there was a pause.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
I
I'm
just
full of
wanted to
words
make
today.
a comment or actually ask a question. You guys were talking about earlier about, Anarchy was making mention of we needed millions of people doing this, and he's right. And I believe Missouri was basically arguing the other side of saying, no, we don't need that many people. I would ask this question. What was the percentage of people involved in the Revolutionary War?
3% of the population.
Exactly. How many?
Three,
how much
no,
was that?
3% fought against us, and the other 30% sat by and watched.
Right. Well,
A lot of
that's what
background
it
noise.
takes. Yeah, that sounds like a phone interference to me. But the 3%, that's what it did. Now, what we have here in the assembly will be considerably more of a percent than 3%. Ideally.
Can you
No,
imagine what 3% of the entire population of the planet could do?
Exactly. Well, see, that's what was mentioned earlier. We have to get our own house sorted out before we can fix other people's houses. Now, once
Well,
we get solidified here in the States, then we can teach the rest of the world, the rest of the people of the world, how to do it too.
I'm gonna. Me personally, I don't think it's our job or responsibility to do that. Honestly, I think
It's
it all should
not.
happen on our own by at the same time. I mean, honestly,
see, that's-
man. I mean, we can't help others to do their help. But yeah, I understand we need to clean up our own house. Yes, but yes, they need to do the same thing over there. All right, and we cannot just it's like okay, once we get ours, we can go over there and help you guys out because you guys can't do it. No. They need to do it themselves. All right.
You're right.
All right. The thing is, man, and it has to happen like in my opinion, the only way it will have an effect is with like I said, overwhelming force and shock and awe type of a tactic, like exactly what they would do to their enemy. All right, to the powers that be, their enemy, that's what they would do to them, is that overwhelming force and shock and awe. All
Okay.
right.
Well,
With
it
that being
depends what
said,
form.
can I
It
make one
depends
point?
what form it takes, though. If it's
With that
dropping
last statement,
nukes
Vex,
on a
please.
city, hold on a second, please. If it's dropping nukes on a city, that's going to be shock and awe. But also, it could be shutting down all the media corporations.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I just wanted to point out the dual edge of that. Missouri.
It escaped me. I don't remember.
May I?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Scrimshaw.
Yeah, I just want to say, I can't see the chat, so, if you guys are saying something to me that I should notice or whatever, I apologize. I can't answer you because I can't see you right now, which is very weird.
I'm keeping an eye on chat.
Yeah. Phew. Wow. This is a heavy argument or a heavy discussion or whatever you want to call it. It's possible that, there's going to be some blowback or something, but, I think we really do need to go at this in a specific and peaceful manner. And, you can't just walk up to somebody like a bull and expect not to get conked back. It's just like they were saying before, just different words.
Well,
Yeah,
I
because when you
agree.
go in
Scrimshaw.
assembly, I haven't yielded yet. I'm sorry, but I've been listening a while. But when you go into assembly and developed these grand juries, it's like we're statesmen, statespeople, persons, whatever you want to say. You know, and we're not out to create crime. We're out to stop crime and make everything just. You know, uh, and we have the chance to do that right now without having all this violence and stuff. And really, the thing I find in practically every place that I've listened to chats and so forth, is, everybody's sitting around waiting for quote unquote the shit to hit the fan, and they're gonna pull their gun out. Instead of doing something like assembly in a peaceful manner. It's crazy. I yield.
Thank you.
Well,
Yep.
what I was going to mention.
May I? Oh, good.
Well, what I was going to mention is you can't really have a rational. You can't be rational with an irrational enemy. All right. Thing is, it's like a lot of people have this. Okay, talk about peaceful. I get the idea, and it's a noble idea, but when it comes down to it, we can be peaceful all we want, but that'll get us killed. All right. Because
Being violent
they're
will
not
get you
fighting.
killed.
They're not playing under those rules. They're playing under their own rules. All right. I mean, you can't sit there and go into this fight and then say to yourself, well, I'm gonna let them hit me first, and then I'm gonna go all out. Well, that ain't gonna happen. That'll get your ass fucking knocked out.
It's not a
Alright.
fight.
May I?
Go
Go ahead,
ahead.
Missouri.
Yeah. And one of the key differences in our what seems to be our ideology or outlook on this is that you can't be the aggressor, in my opinion. And here's why. Ever heard of the stand your ground law or castle doctrine?
Yeah, I live
If
in Florida, so
somebody-
yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. So if there's an aggressor attacking you, what does that give you the lawful legal grounds to do? Eliminate that threat. So if you are the aggressor, you just gave the bad guy a check mark to go ahead and wipe you off the face of the earth, and he'll go to court and walk out.
This is what I'm
Now,
trying to say is that the
if you let
aggressor has
them-
already started. We're not the aggressor.
Yes,
We're being put in a position of defense. So it's
The
either sit there
aggression
in
has
a
already
defensive
happened.
mode and then
Yes.
cower up and curl up and just take it up the ass, or get that defensive mode and turn it on an offensive mode.
Yes,
Do you see
but
what I'm
we have to
saying?
build up to that offense. You have to learn to play defense before you can play offense.
No, that'll get your ass kicked. You will lose the game. And honestly, I mean that's
Well, if
and
you
we
learn
got
how to
our
play
future
offense or
generations
defense,
to look
how are you
forward
going to
to.
stop
Okay.
the opposing team's offense? If you don't know
Well,
defense,
well,
how can you stop offense?
for one, take away their infrastructure, take away their supply chain. Those are a
That's
couple of
aggression.
things right off the bat.
That's
Take away their
aggression.
communications. Look at it at the way they use the same
You're
tactics,
talking
if
about
not
war tactics, sir.
exactly. That's exactly the tactics they're using on us.
We
All right.
don't have the lawful jurisdiction yet to declare war. A state can declare war. Did you know that? A state can declare war. What does it take to establish jurisdiction? Original jurisdiction in a state? An assembly. You have to go through a lawful process, give notice, so you don't get whacked on the way to get setting things right. And you play defense along the way. And once you have postured yourself to be in your full capacity, the people can decide what needs to be done from there. They can do as they see fit because they have done everything lawfully. They have given notice. They've given everyone a chance to disagree, make arguments, be a part of the process. But if violence or trespass occurs anywhere in this process, it's null and void, and you become the criminal. It can't be done any other way.
I
Otherwise,
disagree.
you become a terrorist.
No, I
Literally.
Well, hell, that's what they
That's the
called the
world that's the
colonists
world
back
we
in the
live
day.
in.
That's what the king did call the colonists back in the day. Were like
I like
tax
the term
evaders. They were
tax protesters.
yeah, they were they were terrorists and all this other shit, insurrectionists and whatever. I don't give a crap what they label anything. It has
Don't
no
care when
fucking
you're behind
standing.
gray bars.
Well, no. Well, see, that's the thing. That's the only thing they've got to actually implement their will is through violence. So
They will
violence is
remove you from the
necessary to
world. That
fight
is everything.
violence. Fight fire with fire. All right, because that's the
No.
only language they
Fight fire with
understand.
water.
Well, okay,
But I
fine.
can-
But even
but-
then,
but-
it's still fighting, and you still need to actually use some physical force to do so. All
But
right?
I can
No.
also defend myself by not letting them strike me and still win the fight.
No, you would be willing to battle.
done it.
You know, you won't be
I've
winning
done
the
it
fight.
personally.
Here's an example.
You'll just live to the next fight. That's all you'll do. You'll live
May
to the
I?
next one.
Absolutely. And then I'll be able to defend that one and defend that one and defend that one. You see what I
Yeah.
mean? Go ahead.
Yeah. This is. Please don't take this personally. I'm using this as a metaphor.
Do you go to the gym or lift weights? Or have you ever gone to the gym to lift weights? And this has nothing to do with you personally. I'm just putting out a metaphor. Yes or no?
Which
Yes.
one are you asking to?
Most of this conversation has been with you, Anarchy.
Oh, okay. Well, oh yeah. No, I don't go to the gym. No.
Okay. Well, if you were to go to the gym and you sat down and to do a bench press, would you start out with 300 pounds?
Well, not if that's not if I was just starting out. No.
Exactly. And that's why you have to start from the ground up with an assembly and not take on too much too fast, or you will get labeled a terrorist or slip up and make a mistake and end up
Well,
behind
that's like I
bars.
said. Like I said, I don't give a shit if a terrorist labels me as a terrorist. It doesn't mean shit. All right. Technically, the
It
sovereign
means
citizens
something
that
if
are
they can
claiming to
destroy
be
your life.
public servants are the ones that are actually the domestic terrorists of this country. All right.
Yes, I
They are
agree
the
with you.
ones. All right.
It
And
it
yet, okay.
shouldn't
So
it
when
shouldn't
they
mean
when a
anything, but it
terrorist
does.
declares me a terrorist, it doesn't mean shit. All right. That's
Well,
like
if
that's like a burglar saying you're an asshole because you steal stuff. What? You know what I
yeah,
mean? Go ahead, man.
if one of those alleged terrorists has the authority to enforce law on you and you don't have the ability to do that to them,
That's why
somebody's
I
in the
was
right.
saying. That's
Somebody's
why
in
I
the
was
right and
saying we need
somebody's in the wrong.
enforcement. We need
Yes,
enforcement that is for the
absolutely.
people that would actually do it for the people. Because honestly, man,
Amen. Amen.
they do not have any
Amen.
kind of
Amen.
repercussions for their actions. And
Okay, but
technically,
that's
the ultimate penalty
yes,
for treason
enforcement.
is death. All
And
right.
you guys are gonna have to
Yes,
learn how to take
facts.
turns.
Absolutely. No. I'm giving this guy some praise right now.
Just saying.
He's
Yeah,
speaking
I know, but you guys are talking
anarchy.
at the same time. It makes it hard to hear you individually. Real quick, hey
Sorry,
Ricky,
I'm
welcome.
getting excited.
Hi,
I know.
Ricky.
Hey, Ricky.
Hi, ladies,
Anarchy.
gentlemen. Good evening, and thank you for letting me join at such a late hour here, or early
Yeah.
in the morning.
Yeah.
Morning time to you,
Uh,
sir.
Yeah, I'm going to ask for the floor in just a minute, and I'll be back.
Well, you might be able to take it right now because I kind of forgot where I was going.
You were
There
all
you go.
excited.
You were all excited, very excited.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was super excited because you said we need that enforcement. That's what you said. You brought up the enforcement aspect.
Right.
So how do we, the people, enforce the law that we, the people, create or wish to enforce or have enforced?
Well,
How do
I'll
we
tell
do
you
that?
this: it's not going to be peaceful, no matter. It won't
But
be
it's
like,
done
all
peacefully
right, come
every
on,
day.
all right, I'm going to go up to a judge, and I know this guy is actually a corrupt judge, and
Who
he
said
needs to be charged with
we're
criminal.
not talking about
criminal.
judges?
I know.
Sir.
I'm just saying. I'm just using it as an example.
One
It's
at a
like,
time,
okay,
please. Come on, guys.
I'm just using an example. Going up to a judge and say, and I know that there's evidence that he is a crooked judge and he actually is a criminal under the law. All right. Yet he still sits on the bench. Well, until we actually go in there and actually forcefully take him down and put him down and charge him and find him either guilty or whatever, and through a court of some kind that we might have to do ourselves. Otherwise, it's not like we can't go in there and say, "Oh, please, will you please step down? We know you're a criminal, and you know what I mean." It's like trying to go in there and tell the slave master, to be a better master. You know what I mean? It doesn't work that way. You got to
Yeah.
actually force the master to be a better master, I guess, you lack of better words. You know what I mean?
If I may.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, and oh, by the way, when I put an if I may in there, that means I got the floor. Just saying.
Or you want?
Okay,
the floor.
so
Well, I
well,
thought
I
said it
do. I would
first,
like the
so-
floor.
Yeah.
Anyway, one thing we got to look at is who's our enemy. Who are they? You guys keep talking about them and they, and we got to define who are they. Okay, and where did they come from, and how did they get started? And what is we the people, what is our repercussion against they? So if you go back in history and you go back in time and you figure out who they are, and you look at history and you have to ask yourself, well, they're here for a reason. What would that reason be? The reason that they and them are here is to govern us because in 1863, after the Civil War, we couldn't take care of ourselves. So there was a contract made abroad. I'm not going to go into detail, but there was a contract made abroad with them and they. So they and them are here for one reason, to take care of us, because we can't take care of ourselves. So you brought up the judges. Okay, so how about let's go one further. How about the county commissioners? Or how about the governor of your state? And you're asking
Right.
yourself, what can we do lawfully and lawfully,
Lawfully.
not legal, lawfully, to put them in their place if they don't comply? Well, what are they going to comply to first? They have to comply to we the people back in control. And that's actually documented. It's actually Lincoln said it himself. Once the people are in control, the corporation has to yield. He didn't say corporation, but he did. That's what he meant. So if they don't comply, what can we do? Well,
Well-
we have a constitution. Wait a minute. What? Did you say something? I'm almost done. And then then when you hear me say I yield, that means I'll shut up and let you talk. Okay, so I mean, that's pretty simple. Okay, so when we're talking about them and they, what can we do if they don't comply to we the people being back in control? Well, we under the Constitution have a military. And I'll give you a great example. The state of Alaska. They came together, they formed their General Assembly, and they put notice to the governor of Alaska and said, you're following our directions now. Otherwise, we are going to replace you with a military governor, according to our Constitution, until we can have re-elections. And he said, please don't fire me. I'll work with you guys. And he has ever since then. One of the main things that he did is he ran the corporate United States of America Forest Service and whatever out of their waterways. The governor of Alaska, in response to the people, told the corporation to get out of their waterways. So we have to, number one, identify the enemy. Number two, see where we the people have authority over the enemy, and that's right there in the Constitution. Our founding fathers did not leave us without a way out of this. Period. As far as them being Satanists and this and that and the other, doesn't matter right now. It's the people that have to take it back. The only way we're going to take it back is from the bottom up. Remember, it's not a top-down government, it's a bottom-up government. The county is the county, and the state has no rule over the county. You would think they do, but they don't. The state is a nation, and the corporate government called the United States of America has absolutely no authority over that nation state, whatever you want to call it. Alaska, California, Colorado, Missouri, whatever you want to call your nation state. They don't have authority over us. Good example is the Forest Service was coming over here and telling us a bunch of things that they wanted us to do here in our county. We told them to go piss up a rope. Another thing is the federal government came into our county and was doing home auctions and repossessions and all this other stuff. We told them to get out of our county. We put a stop to it. Bottom up government. And let me see. Let me look at my notes because I've been listening to you guys for a while. Oh, let's see. Real quick, guys. Another thing is, how are we going to recruit people to be part of a general jural assembly in our county? The only way to do that is start to go to the meetings, see who's pissed off, start putting your name out there, giving them a card and say, hey, look, I'd like to talk to you on the phone and talk about what we're doing here in the county to form our general jural assembly. I don't care how big your county is. You can do it with 30 people. The county of San Diego County, we can do it with 30 people. So what I'm hearing from you guys is you want to go kinetic. That ain't going to work because they're going to bring in the United Nations and kick your ass. Period. Guaranteed. It ain't going to work. We've seen it tried. We've seen it done. They've got too many companies and corporations behind them. FBI, CIA, on and on and on. Okay? We can't go kinetic. We have to go according to what our founding fathers established for us. Lincoln threw it all out the window, but we can still take it back. And I think that's it. And I yield.
All right. Yeah. Guys, I'd really like to keep this going, but starting to get that real sleepy feeling. I'm going to go
I love
ahead
you, Rex.
and let you guys do a little last word and throw in your 2 cents one last time, and we're going to go ahead and bring this to a close. Well, let's go ahead and go with Anarchy. He's been driving a lot of this tonight. I like it.
Yeah, he's done good.
Yeah. I like it the direction and come back with logical and reasonable arguments. This is the type of thing that I love discussing on this show. And I want to invite everyone to come back in the future and continue this. Because the more knowledge we spread around, the better off our community, our nation going to be. And like I was trying to say earlier, once we get our house settled and cleaned up, then the other countries around the world will take note, and they'll see how we did it, and we can provide them a structure to follow, and then we can have the whole world working in harmony. Each one will be individual sovereign, states, nation states, but we will all work towards a common good. And there will be none of this corruption that we're buried neck deep in. Sure, there will be, because quite frankly, there's good and evil in everyone, even the ones closest to us. But we can combat this by teaching what people need to be taught to be functioning, level-headed people. Don't even have to be brilliant. Don't have to know every little thing. You informed and have an opinion of your own because you are informed. And without continuing the rant, go ahead and Mark, would you like to step up?
Well, oh, somebody talking to me? Were you talking to me, Bex?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I was wanting to know if you wanted to go ahead and do some closing comments. I'm gonna start shutting down.
I appreciate just letting me up on the panel. I appreciate that, man. Because I like I said, me personally, I'm still analog. I still talk on a CB radio. To me, communications is a big deal. All right, and just in everyday communications with the people that you see on the street or at the store or whatever. All right, it's a big deal, and I'm also stressing on even on the CB radio, it's a prepper item. You know what I mean? It's something that you got to think about. Like for instance, if everything was to fall apart, where the cell phones went down, the electricity went out, and all that other stuff, how would you communicate with the outside world? And actually, communications. How would you be able to coordinate with the outside world if you couldn't communicate? I mean, even if you don't use something like a CB radio or a ham radio as like something that you use all the time, it's something that you can also just stick, you know, at least get familiar with the equipment so you know how to use it, and then just stash it away, and just in case you might need it. It could be one of those things.
Hmm.
But also, I mean, it's just that where I breaks down to communications. Things like this panel, just actually just sitting there and talking about it. Like, I mean, I understand everybody's going to have different views, and I understand there will probably be people who agree with a lot of different views. But it's just having that discussion where, you know, I apologize. I mean, I'm trying not to talk over other people or anything like that. I try not to get to that point or anything. So I apologize if I was. But you know, there are times where, you know, things need to be said. But the thing is, you know, I'm kind of, I get kind of like, my edges can get a little sharp, and I will call bullshit on some things because I'm just like, I've seen a lot of truth over in my life, man. Because actually, I was on a journey for truth for 10 years, and I went around this country finding it. Even and a lot of that truth is not pretty. All right, you know, the only thing is, truth doesn't give you shit if you believe it or not, because truth will still be truth, you know, no matter what you believe. All right, and that's the thing. It's like I've observed a lot of this stuff over the years, and then seeing how dominoes are stacked up, and when all it needs is a nudge on some aspects, and boom, there it just keeps on going. But that's the thing. It's like this idea, this feeling that we can't do anything about it is just too big. You shouldn't even try. That's bullshit. All right, and honestly, man, this idea that this all can be done peacefully, to me, I'm like, well, when we declared the independence from the damn crown back in the day, did we just sit there and did that with that? Did we do that peacefully? Hell, fuck no, we didn't do that peacefully. This country was built and it's in our DNA to be rebels, basically. You know what I mean? And all this pussified shit, in my opinion, that's just my opinion. I get it, but it's just, it's all this pussified shit that how this society is now. I mean, I just look at like Generation X, which is me. I'm Generation X, and the millennials today. You know, it's a big difference. You know, it's like I got trophies when I won in a contest. Now they get trophies for just showing the fuck up.
Hmm.
It's pussified, man. No, we need to grow some fucking balls and actually start actually asserting ourselves. Because, I mean, they talk about that silent majority. That's all crap, too. That's going to have to stop. You know, you talk about the silence is acquiescence. That's got to stop. You know what I mean? And I'm talking for even like the boomers that are still alive. I mean, in my opinion, the boomers had it pretty easy, you know, compared to the future generations past them. That was stuff that they got, that we got to deal with, and our generations past to us, if we continue in this route, has got to deal with, is a lot worse what boomers and before had to deal with. Okay. And we need to actually do something about it, to actually turn the tables, because they've flipped that script over the past couple of generations on us. Well, actually, the past couple of 100 years on us. All right. They flipped that script on us. We need to flip it back. I understand, and I'm full aware it is not going to take overnight. It's not going to happen overnight. And I'm fully aware that it is not going to happen with no bloodshed. But I can accept that. And, you know, and I mean, you know, and I don't want to sound like a cliche, but there are some quotes out there. It's like, I would rather die on my feet than live the rest of my life on my knees. All right. I mean, that, you know, whatever. But, you know, I personally do not want to be ruled over. I personally don't need to be governed. I do not accept it or consent to it, in my opinion. All right. And I do my, do something in my own way, You know, because I mean, I'm not that guy to go out here with a sniper rifle and start picking off these fucking traitors, which that's what needs to happen. But that's not me. I'm not that guy. I only have my own way. Most of it is just talking to people and getting people to think. You know, that's where I think a lot of it is actually just thinking. Everybody's got their damn mind turned off. They've got the television telling them what to think. They don't need to think anymore. I want to flip that switch back on where they start thinking. You know, I mean,
I agree.
even conversations like this. We might not be saving. I mean, we might not be solving the world's problems right here on this one live stream, but you know, every one of us might be getting something out of it. You know, all
Every
right.
step forward is a step in the right direction.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like, but the thing is, nowadays, to me, like I said, even the CB radio, it's still on that level. But the internet today is like the modern day printing press. And you see what happened when the printing press came about. You see how things changed in this world. This is the same thing, and it's using this technology that was actually provided to us by the military, because that was what it was all started as, military shit, and then they put it in the consumer hands. We're just using the same tools that they gave us, they're providing for us, to use it against them. All right, and the them is just quote unquote. It's just easier to say instead of listing out this fucking 3-page list of names of people that we are technically the enemy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm done.
All right.
Sorry.
We'll go ahead and move next to Missouri 1.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just keep it short and sweet. For some reason, I chose to make my avatar a quote, and I was close with that. A nation that expects to be ignorant and free, in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be.
Gotta love
Hopefully,
Thomas Jefferson.
somebody, well, gotta love him and hate him. He
Yeah.
did some interesting things, but hopefully somebody got inspired tonight to go look something up and learn something else. With that, I yield.
Thank
Not
you very
everyone.
much. Ricky. All right, we'll skip you and come back. Scrimshaw.
Well, after listening to everybody, I still think we could do this peacefully.
Absolutely.
I don't think there's any reason why we need any violence. We just
Well,
need.
even with... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm interrupting your... Go ahead.
Yep. That's okay. I feel that you don't do anything rough like that unless something that you do ain't gonna work, but we need to go on and see if this will work. That's all. And no breaking any laws, no being unlawful, bringing a lawful order back to the country in a loving manner as Christ would. And I yield.
Thank you very much, Scrimshaw. Sorry again about interrupting you.
No problem.
Ricky.
Oh my God, me again. Look, I love you guys, but we can't solve this sitting in our chairs.
Nope.
There's absolutely no way. You cannot be a keyboard warrior thinking you can solve it on YouTube. The only way you're going to solve this is, number one, is re-educating people. Number two is getting out there and getting involved and finding out who has already been re-educated in your area. And the only way to do that is, you got to go down, got to sit and listen, got to go to the meetings and sit and listen, see who's the most pissed off person in the crowd and go talk to them. It's real simple. And it's been said that we can't do this overnight. Well, I disagree with that 100%. Because if all across our nation, all at once, We established General Assembly throughout our nation. They have to stand down. They have no choice. Right now, we're being run by a company just like Walmart or McDonald's. As far as going kinetic and getting out there and, popping off rounds and putting people down, you're just going to get, thrown in prison. Remember, we're dealing with a corporation. We're dealing with a corporation that established itself in 1863 and came to fruition in 1871. It's like right now, if I pull into the driveway of McDonald's, they can't come out there and tell me I've got expired tax. They don't have the authority. Same thing goes for the corporation that is running our country. Another thing is being oppressed here in the United States, if you actually think you're free, pull the tags off your truck or car and go driving down the streets. Let's see how free you are. See how long that lasts. If you actually think you're free, just walk out on the street and turn around and think to yourself, well, I'm free, but I got to pay taxes or they'll take my house. I'm free here. We're the freest nation in the world. That's a bunch of lies. That's a bunch of BS. We're not free. The only way we're going to take it back, is from the bottom up. Okay. As far as your county commissioners and everybody, you can't sue the county because they're a corporation, but you can sue the individuals. A good example of that is if the little girl at Home Depot or whatever violates your constitutional rights, you don't go after Home Depot. You go after that little girl, because the next little girl that takes that job is going to get an education. They're going to know that they can't do that. Wow. And it's the same thing with your county commissioners and your mayor and everybody else. Your school board, the school boards are up in arms. Guy walked in the other day here on a video, and I think we've all probably seen it. And he said, this is a $200 million lawsuit against each and every one of you. Problem with that is he's using the Bar Association against their corporation. Can't do that either. Anyway, education. Thank you, Vex. I love you guys. I got to go to bed because I got to get up and go to school tomorrow and learn how to put out chimney fires. And with that, I yield. Everybody in chat, Veritas, Nate, Barbecue, Red Badger, every single one of you, Rebel Jack, all you guys. Love you guys.
Love you too,
Keep your head up.
Ricky.
We ain't done yet.
Right on. Well, what I was trying to say earlier comes into basically full circle. Actually, I'll go a different route. There will be violence. Rest assured, for those of you who thirst for it, it will happen. It will be in selective areas. And you can go join in if you wish. I'm not. But if it comes to my county, comes to my home, I will defend it with my life. And I will defend my neighbors with my life. This is what we're about. This is how our country was started. And it was our individual, personal responsibility to see to it that our neighbors, our family, and friends were safe. Now, hearing that spirit, now put it in context of the founding fathers themselves. This is their thoughts. This is what inspired them to be that 3%. And when it came down to it, lead flew. The tree got watered. But they still went the route of the pen and paper. Might not have been perfect. but it worked. And we can do that again. No, I'm not going to solve all the problems on the live stream. It's not going to happen. But I can use it to inform people. And that's exactly what I plan to do. It's exactly what I will do in the future until YouTube kicks me off. I will keep doing it. And I hope to see you guys next time, Monday night, 10 p.m. Central. And with that, I want to thank all of you for participating on the panel. All of you who were up earlier and have already come off the panel. Thank you all. Thank you all for being on here now. I thank you all for participating in chat. I really appreciate it. And I yield the floor, and I bid you good night and sweet dreams.